أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. وصلى الله على محمد وآله الطاهرين. اللهم صل على محمد وآله محمد. The President of the World Federation, Al-Hajj Sabtabai Jafar, the World Federation office bearers, the new and esteemed COO, presidents of the regional federations, esteemed councillors and colleagues, both in Harefield and online, our observers watching online, our brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. A warm welcome to the fourth meeting. Slightly different to previous meetings, I'm sure, in terms of who's sitting here in front of you. I don't have the shairis that Ali Jawad Bhai had, but inshallah, I will try to continue and run the meeting. So it's the fourth meeting of the term 2024-2027. I know we're working across multiple time zones, so thank you to everyone for taking the time to attend, but obviously an important meeting. And alhamdulillah, I can confirm we have quorum. So with the permission of the chair, the president, we can begin proceedings. If I could start by inviting Sayyid Jalal Masumi to bless the proceedings with some verses from the Holy Quran.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I can request meanwhile the recitation if everyone can put their mic in the state of silent, I will be appreciated. إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا كونوا قوامين لله شهداء بالقسط ولا يجرمنكم شنآن قوم على ألا تعدلوا اعدلوا هو أقرب للتقوى واتقوا الله اعدلوا هو أقرب للتقوى واتقوا الله إن الله خبير بما تعملون وعد الله الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات لهم مغفرة وأجر عظيم
والذين كفروا وكذبوا بآياتنا أولئك أصحاب الجحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ هم قوم أن يبسطوا إليكم أيديهم فكف أيديهم عنكم واتقوا الله وعلى الله فليتوكل المؤمنون. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فما أوتيتم من شيء فمتاع الحياة الدنيا وما عند الله خير وأبقى للذين آمنوا وعلى ربهم يتوكلون. والذين يجتنبون كبائر الإثم والفواحش وإذا ما غضبوا هم يغفرون. والذين استجابوا لربهم وأقاموا الصلاة وأمرهم شورى بينهم وأمرهم شورى بينهم ومما رزقناهم ينفقون. والذين إذا أصابهم البغي هم ينتصرون. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إذا زلزلت الأرض زلزالها وأخرجت الأرض أثقالها وقال الإنسان ما لها يومئذ تحدث أخبارها بأن ربك أوحى لها يومئذ يصدر الناس أشتاتا ليروا أعمالهم فمن يعمل مثقال ذرة خيرا يره ومن يعمل مثقال ذرة شرا يره فمن يعمل مثقال ذرة خيرا يره ومن يعمل مثقال ذرة شرا يره. صدق الله العلي العظيم. اللهم صل وسلم وزد وبارك على رسول الله وآله الأطهار على رسول الله وآله الأطهار. اللهم نور قلوبنا بنور القرآن وزين أخلاقنا بزينة القرآن. اللهم سلمنا وسلم مسافرين بسلامة القرآن. اللهم انصرنا وانصر مجمعنا وانصر ديننا وإيماننا بنصرة القرآن. يا حميد بحق محمد ويا عالي بحق علي ويا فاطر السماوات والأرض بحق فاطمة ويا محسن بحق الحسن ويا قديم الإحسان والجود والعفو بحق مولانا الشهيد الحسين. إلهي بفاطمة وأبيها وبعلها وبنيها والسر المستودع فيها بعدد ما أحاط به علمك. ربي صل على محمد وآله الطيبين الطاهرين. I wish all the best, inshallah, for our Khoja brothers, for World Federation. Inshallah, all the best. Thank you very much.
Answer, Jalal, for that absolutely amazing recitation. Thank you so much. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Brothers and sisters, counselors, off the back of that beautiful recitation, also a point to note, having been in office a couple of weeks, there is a brother who I didn't get the opportunity to work with so closely, but I've heard such amazing stories about. And that brother is Marhum Abbas Birani, former Secretary General of India Federation. And so many people have told me amazing stories about the work they did with him, the work he was doing, whether it was aid work, whether it was the work within India Federation. And I think a moment needs to be had so we can remember Marhum Abbas Mirani and all Marhumin with the Surat al-Mubarak al-Fatiha. Bismillah. So I'm just going to cover up a couple of housekeeping bits, obviously with this being a hybrid meeting and many people online. So our Zoom names need to be full names and correct, please. So this will help us logistically, minuting, voting, all of these things. If they arise, we need to ensure that we've got the correct names. We need to ensure that cameras are on at all times, please, just as a polite request. For communication then, for those that are online, it will be SSS in the chat box to speak, and we'll come to you in a running order. If you want to raise a point of order, please, it will be PPP in the chat box. For those that are physically present in Harefield, please signal to the admin team. Brother Abbas, who was there, will be able to record your name. Now, in the event that we need to go to a vote, in preparation, we will give a few minutes advance notice and we'll then freeze the room. Only those physically present in Harefield and online on Zoom at the time then, when the room is frozen, will be eligible to vote. So I hope all of that makes sense, inshallah. With that, inshallah, I'm going to now pass over to the chair, the president, Al-Hadi Sabtabai Jafar, for the preamble.
Thank you very much. So by Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, wa bihi nasta'in wa sallallahu ala Muhammad wa ahli baytihi tahirin. Respected councillors, regional presidents, office bearers, electoral commission, mu'mineen, community members, observers, salamun alaykum jami'an wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. We are gathered today here for this extraordinary meeting, extraordinary executive council, to discuss and deliberate and potentially adopt the standard operating procedures for electing our next president for the term 2027-2030 for our esteemed organization, the ultimate body that governs the KSIMC community worldwide, the most important position in our community. This is not merely an administrative formality. It is an act of amanah, which is trust, and adl, justice, rooted deeply in our Islamic values. Mu'mineen, it is important that we appreciate that the standard operating procedure of our charity has got a threefold philosophy. Number one, it is upholding our shura, which is consultation, through the executive council, and that facilitates transparency. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Holy Quran commands us through mutual consultation in chapter 42, ayat number 38, in Surah Shura, ayat number 38, وَالَّذِينَ اسْتَجَابُوا لِرَبِّهِمْ وَأَقَامُوا الصَّلَاةَ وَأَمْرُهُمْ شُورَ بَيْنَهُمْ وَمِمَّا رَزَقْنَاهُمْ يُنْفِقُونَ. For those who respond to their Lord and keep up their salat, and their rules is to take counsel among themselves when they discuss community matters, they discuss it within themselves in a form of shura, in a form of consultation, and who spend out what Allah has given. So with salat, with the responsibility of amanah and giving charity, comes consultation in community matters, which is equally an act of worship. So all of you who today are here, alhamdulillah, and we are in very large numbers, effectively full house, at the Executive Council in itself is an indication that all of us are dedicating the next many hours today in this act of worship. We are deliberating within ExCo through a process of mutual consultation, and hence this is a spiritual duty as well as a communal responsibility. The standard operating procedure ensures that our election process is transparent, is fair, and known to all beforehand. It transforms vague intentions into clear, just steps, protecting the principles of consultation, shura, from being undermined by personal bias and confusion. Number two, the SOP fosters unity, creates a jama'ah, and prevents discord. Nothing divides a community faster than a disputed elections. The Prophet himself ﷺ has said in many a times about the importance of congregational prayers, congregational grouping in it, that you reduce the disaccord within the community. A clear standard operating procedure prevents ambiguity, sets timelines, defines eligibility, and establishes a clear dispute resolution mechanism. This protects our charity from the fitna of contested results, ensuring that regardless of who wins the election, the process is accepted and unity of this community is preserved. Number 3, it demonstrates integrity and amana as a UK charity. As a registered charity in the United Kingdom, we are accountable, of course, first and foremost to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and to act in the best interest of the charity governed by the UK Charity Commission requirements. An SOP is a hallmark of good governance. It demonstrates to our donors, beneficiaries, and regulators that we take our fiduciary and ethical duties seriously. It protects a charity from claims and undue influences, safeguards our reputation, and most importantly, gives us the ability to serve our community. Brothers and sisters, adopting this SOP is not about mistrust in any individual. It is about trust in a fair system. It is how we turn our Islamic ideals of justice and consultation into practical reality. Mu'mineen, you all know very well that there is probably no person in the history of this community over the last 50 years that we celebrate that was challenged personally and taken to the courts of law to defend my own candidacy and the last election in 2020 over a 1,200-page document that was sent to the courts, which I had to defend together with our defendants. And we all know the process and the pain we all went through together. And this is something we cannot allow to happen again in our community. And I, as the current president, will do my utmost without interfering in any process that is fully delegated to the Electoral Commission to make sure that this election is transparent and there is no dispute ever in this community. I just want to remind everybody in this house that that court verdict was a historic document in the history of the community and a great learning for all of us involved in the process. The judge commented, having now examined the allegations and evidence in relation to the elections in minute detail, I have reached the very firm conclusion that this election was conducted by the Electoral Commission with a high degree of competence, practicality, and respect for the importance of both the rules and of fairly exercising some discretion so as to enable voters to exercise their rights to vote as far as possible. This was a complex type of election to manage logistically, talking of more than 100 Jamaats, 150 Jamaats. But my conclusion, she says, is that the 2020 Electoral Commission conducted it impressively well and with conspicuous fairness. On the fact, it follows that I have seen nothing in the conduct of the 2020 presidential election which leads me to believe that the charity's own Electoral Commission would not be able to conduct the 2024 presidential elections. This was a historic judgment that this community, despite all its challenges, despite all the ambiguities, despite the complexities of 6 regions of 150 Jamaats, the Electoral Commission that has been established and elected by you or by the conference conducted it in the most impressive manner. We should remember Marhum Mujtaba Datu, who has passed away but left an important legacy for this community. To summarize, the standard operating procedure we had in 2020 served its purpose. It was the spirit of fairness that prevailed in holding the elections. So we all, Mu'mineen, and brothers and sisters, Executive Council, I speak from the bottom of my heart with all humility that we need to trust our structures. We need to have faith in our institutions to carry a free and fair election. And that is why the Electoral Commission's role is the most difficult role, and it is not easy. And this is where I would like to mention that Fayaz Bhai and his team are working very hard. I have no doubt that we have elected them and we pray that they are successful in their endeavor. I have no doubt that Fayaz Bhai together with the other members of the Electoral Commission, have been empowered by us to ensure that the election is free and fair. But it is ultimately the decision of this Executive Council that has been given the task constitutionally to approve the SOP, and at the same time, it must be ratified by the most supreme body of this institution, the conference. So inshallah, very soon I shall be handing over, although I remain the chair of this meeting, the entire deliberations will be facilitated by Fayaz Bhai, and we will be a participant like all of you in these proceedings. But keep in mind that the SOP has got to be approved by a 2/3 majority of the Executive Council, and thereafter also ratified at the conference. Before we hand over this, the chair or the deliberation moderation to Fayaz Bhai through the Secretary General very shortly, I would like to just humbly mention a couple of points with respect to the conduct of today's meeting. I again remind myself and my own nafs and all of you towards the verse of the Holy Quran, Udu ila sabili rabbika bil hikmati wal maw'idatil hasana. When you discuss the matters of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, do it with wisdom, with goodly exhortation. Talk to each other. Wajadilhum, you can debate, you can discuss, you can disagree. Billati hiya ahsan, in the best of manner. Debate with dignity. Let us listen with humility. And whatever decisions we make, we have Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in our mind. For taqwa is our ultimate principle, because the process we build today will define the unity of our tomorrow. Let our discussions be marked not by who wins an argument, but by how we honor and trust our community with sincerity, respect for differing views, and a shared commitment to adalat and taqwa. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide this introduction. And I will hand over back to the Secretary General so that we can now move very quickly to the Electoral Commission moderating today's proceedings. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you very much, Safta Bhai. So I'm now going to pass on to Fayaz Bhai, who will be moderating and facilitating the rest of the proceedings for today. Just conscious that I believe it's salah time in the UK in sort of around 20 odd minutes. So Fayaz Bhai will just need to be mindful of that as we go through the introductory phase. But I think if we can look to break in around 15 minutes for salah in the UK, and we'll then have a return time of around 45 minutes after that. And with that, inshallah, we'll hand over to Fayaz Bhai with Salawat ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Can you hear me okay? Yes, thank you. Assalamu alaikum, respected councillors, World Federation invitees, office bearers, admin staff, my own personal team, and observers online. We are here to continue with the SOP deliberations that was adjourned at the ExCo 3. And thank you, Zuhair Bhai, for acknowledging one of the team members who worked with us, Marhum Marhum Abbas Bhai Virani of India Federation. And he did participate and contributed to the proceedings thereof. Big thanks to making it possible today's deliberations. And if every team can now put up the slide deck, and we'll give you an overview of what we're going to discuss today. Thank you. Okay, next slide. Thank you. So just a background, we've gone over this before, meeting today again on May 9th for the SOP, as Pramukh Saab, President Saab has mentioned, for the term 2027-2030. Next slide. Pramukh Saab has reminded us that the true ratification happens per constitution and it's for your read as well as the other piece that will be managed at the conference. It will be the elections of arbitrators. So that would be as well part of that agenda, which is both of these are to be addressed at the conference and get the ratification and elections of the arbitrators. Next slide, please. So after we left Dar es Salaam, we were asked to consult with the regions, and the invite was open to anybody in the regions. What I have posted here are basically the net new changes to the pre-read you have received. The pre-read was sent out, I think in PDF form, which incorporated these changes at a, this slide is basically a high level. We'll go through each of these as needed. There were updates after the first pre-read, so we incorporated that, and mostly grammatical as well. So today we have 8 aspects to discuss. The first one is this combination of these 2 documents, and I think we covered that in Dar es Salaam, but just noting that. The next one is clause number 3.3a, which is basically laying out a transparent way of signing this consent letter and confirmation. So this is part of the nomination, which in our deliberation was deemed that we should elaborate and be clear on that. The third one is on digital ballot as well as assignments. So because we assign ballots in paper, we will also assign it in the digital media so that an accounting of all ballots that needs to be transacted on is centrally maintained. And this is an addition to the paper ballot counting. 3.12.2 was after deliberating in the old SOP, we had a minimum and a maximum returning officers, which are basically volunteers at the constituent members. It felt one region said that we are made up of 10 people and we are made up of 4 people. So we left this as a requisite number of returning officer, meaning if it's a Jamaat of 3 or 5 people, you decide how many returning officer you need, but just identify it and make sure you have notified us. 3.12.7, so I'm in number 6 here. 3.12.7 and 8 is grouped together, which we'll go over today about digital voting. Number 7 is a net new introduction to the SOP. I think we talked a lot in Dar es Salaam and in our meetings where we met twice. They went like a couple of hours and some offline work was done. Basically to enhance what is it that will happen during campaigning, as well as the concept of neutrality. So we'll have a read as well as deliberation today. We are here to listen to you. You are enabling us basically to conduct the elections, and that's all. We have no take in how this is done. It's what you decide that are the steps that needs to be followed, which is what we're documenting, and you're tasking us to conduct those. Number 8 is the periodic updating of SOP, which I mentioned before, and that's here as well. Any questions or comments on the introduction? Thank you. Move on to the next slide, please. Thank you. Next slide.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Alaikum salam.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Fayaz Bhai, a question. It was a very good introduction. In the very beginning, you mentioned about arbitrators. Now, in the SOP, we speak about an arbitrators committee, and it also, do you see that this arbitrators committee will be appointed or voted in during the next constitutional conference? And if so, is that time to be before the presidential elections? Because otherwise the arbitrators committee would be in the triennial conference. So if you can provide some clarity on that. I have further questions on points, but we will probably go through that when we go section by section, which is related to this, but I will reserve that for later, inshallah. Ahsantu.
Thank you. Electing arbitrators allows us to have the process verified if it's challenged. Ideally, we want to do that before the elections, for sure. And I think the thought here right now is to call an extraordinary conference, not a constitutional meeting, an extraordinary conference. Extraordinary conference allows us to address that. The Constitution is silent on this. The Constitution is silent on this as far as arbitrators, roles of arbitrators, and the elections of arbitrators. From past practices and past precedents, it has been that the conference decides that. So I would like to align that as well, so we are not creating any more confusions, that at the conference, we elect the arbitrators. Whether that conference is with the constitutional conference, that's fine, as long as it's conference, because we have stated that in the SOP at the conference. So simple as that.
May I then come in with a thought which can stay with yourself and maybe the Secretariat of the World Federation, that there is an ExCo taking place in the first week of September, and then there is a WF 50-year anniversary event which is taking place in, I think, in October. Am I right? So if there are many people attending there in place itself, and it's a one agenda item, maybe it's a good idea to have that conference as during that time. I'm just thinking that you buy yourself enough time before the nomination process of the election starts. So if that can be given a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted. Okay. So we can move on now to, this is a background. Today on the website, we have published our 2024-2027 term standard operating procedures and set of rules. These are two separate documents, and the goal here going forward is to combine them so that it's simple, cohesive, and concise as possible, with edits that have evolved over time, and hence the pre-read. Continue. Next slide, please. Okay. So here we are. This is the net new additions to the SOP that was that worked very well on April 14th, 2024, electing Safta by second term. This one here is, I would highlight that, and I will read it out for you. 3.3. The Electoral Commission must receive eligible nominations within 30 days from the notice inviting written nominations for candidates. Such nomination must be accompanied with a signed consent letter from the nominated candidate. This was loosely done. Safdarbhai did submit his, and past presidents have submitted it. It felt that we should have it so that it's defined what is this document. It could be a digital document with uploads of scanned copies of proof and etc. What will the candidate do here? It will submit their nomination in a written form, confirming that they're a member of a constituent member Jamaat. So that's a confirmation. We will seek that. And when did that membership commence? And these are basically past learned experiences that basically felt like we should document that, which is part and parcel of that document. A candidate is in good standing, meaning there's no outstanding matters in terms of their membership, and the fees are paid in time. And that's basically just a compliance or verification step. I don't think there is any change in the admin work other than highlighting that this process has taken place. The Electoral Commission has collated this information. It's available for exhibit, etc. Any questions?
Fayaz, sorry, just to come in just a moment. I think there is councillors requesting, I think it depends on the settings online. But some people can see you, but the slides are in a smaller tile. So I don't know if it's possible if we can get it larger, so people can see the slides, so it's being presented. And as for the settings for the councillors that aren't able to see that, you need to be in presenter mode, and that should help. Sorry, Fayaz, please continue.
Thank you. Next one, please. In the pre-read, you also saw 3.11.4, and this is where in the past SOP, which is online, we had set out that who are these returning officers? And if we have returning officers, do we know them so that when forensic work is done or attestation and verification and validation is required, we have access to this information. And it felt that let's leave it open so that the local Jamaat will deem necessary. A large Jamaat say we need 12 people because 6 in ladies and 6 in men, etc. So our requisite number of returning officer is, sorry, I'm reading on the wrong one here. I'm reading, are we on 3? Okay. Digital balance count and assignment. Sorry, my bad. So this clause here talks about, we have been doing this, and all elections have been doing that, where we reach out to the region, ask them, what is your membership size? How many ballots do you need to go for elections? We get a number and we work with the secretariats in the region to send out the requisite ballots. Having adding the digital dimension to our voting system, it allows us to assign the digital systems where this voter registration resides, which is a soft access, to assign these ballots. So only these ballots are deemed to be voting during elections, and the electoral commissioner or the constituent Jamaat will let us know we are made up of 100 people, and our members in this local Jamaat are hundreds, therefore we will send out 100 digital ballots. That assignment, we will record that at the Electoral Commission level. So this is a clause in the SOP asking the Electoral Commissioner, have you checked that? Do you have that? And is it collected? So that you are aware of the physical paper ballots as well as the digital ballot papers. So it's basically spelled out for that matter. It felt it's necessary to be sentenced here, and that's the exercise here. I'll take questions or comments.
So we have questions waiting from Abul Hassan Bhai, Dr. Hussein Jiwa, and Abbas Bandali. However, we will probably break now for Salah as it's 12:58 UK time, and I think Salah time is approaching. So if we can aim to be back for 1:30 in the interest of time, so inshallah we can have Salah and then a working lunch for those that are sort of either in Harefield or around the world, and then we'll go to these questions after the break, if that's okay with everyone that was waiting. Hassan, thank you so much. We'll come back at 1:30. 1:30 UK time, that is, by the way. So in 30 minutes from now. Assalamu alaikum again, everyone. If people can start to take their seats, whether at home or physically in Hereford, inshallah, we'll get going in the next couple of minutes. It's 1:31 now, UK time. Inshallah, in 4 minutes, we'll get going. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Hope we had a nice break. So, yes, Fiaz bhai, we can see you perfect. So we'll get going again, inshallah. So just to cover off where we were, so before the break, there was a couple of, I think, tech issues. Some people, due to their Zoom settings, were unable to see the presentation on a wider screen, on a wider or bigger screen. So the PDF has been sent to all counselors, so that if you are having trouble with seeing it on the big screen, you'll have the PDF to hand, so you can just view it on your own device. So that has been done during the break. So before the break, we had questions then from. 1 second. Yeah. Yes, we had questions from Abu Hassan Bhai, Dr. Hussein Jiwa. and then Abbas Bhai Bandali. So I'm going to go to Awal Hassan Bhai for the first question. If we take those three questions, and then inshallah, Fayaz Bhai, I'll pass over to you to be able to address all three, and then we'll continue from there. Yeah, perfect. Abul Hassan Bhai, Bismillah.
Thank you. Okay, as far as the protocol is concerned, I will need clarification whether I should only restrict myself to the point that was discussed. So there are some clauses which are not covered in the presentation but which seek clarification. Anyway, I start with 3.3a, which reads that the candidate shall submit with their nomination a written confirmation from the secretary or chairman of the constituent member confirming the date on which the candidate's current membership commenced. As what the rules require is actually the age of the membership. Else, what is the age of the membership rather than the commencement date of the membership? Because in certain cases where the membership is very old, let's say 30-year-old, all Jamaats may not be having easy access to data or even the presence of the data to establish that date. So can we just change that to Jamaat should confirm that the membership is X number of years in age? I'm through. I'm waiting for the answer.
Has the AV team able to take this comment? The proposed change that Abul Hassan Bhai is addressing to 3.3a. We can do live document editing.
Yeah, we're just going to get that up on screen for you. Just going to get into the AV team now. What I propose is, whilst the AV are trying to get that done, if we hear from Dr. Hussain Jiwa as well, it may be something similar, it may be something unrelated, but we can inshallah build on that. And then AV will start to work on what we need to get done. Dr. Saab?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Fayaz Bhai, Assalamu alaikum. Just coming to the same point as Hassan Bhai said just now, the date on which the candidate's current membership commenced. What would be the rationale of the date when the membership commenced? Because if we look into the whole thing, we are asking from the Jamaat that the candidate is a member in a good standing with no outstanding disciplinary matters, and that the membership fees for the current year have been paid. When we are accepting as a good character of the membership, at the same time we are questioning the date which he became a member. What's the rationale of this asking the date? If you can just please tell me.
Thank you. So it was suggested in our deliberation, and we left it for the person or the region that wanted to get more clarification. I think the rationale or the logic is to remove ambiguity. Ambiguity in the sense that if a candidate has transitioned to a new Jamaat, or a candidate has a long living Jamaat record, but now is proposing to be a candidate from another Jamaat, etc. So just to remove ambiguity that this candidate at this new Jamaat has a commencement date. It's both the same. It was intention to remove ambiguity. But if we are still achieving the same objective, which is without material difference, that we have verified the candidate is in good standing, right? We are open to accept that that is sufficient enough. So I think the spirit of that was to remove ambiguity, and that's all it was for that purpose. So that's my comment about that.
So thank you. We did have Abbas Bhai Bandali, but I think the point he wanted to raise has been covered in one of the previous questions. The live edit, I believe, is on screen now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Councillor Brother Muhammad Mahdi Karim. We'll take that question, then inshallah we can move on to the live edit on screen.
Assalamu alaikum, Fayaz Uncle. Thank you very much for the introduction. I just wanted to clarify at this point in time, are we able to discuss any items that are not within the 8 topics that you put up at the beginning of the session? Would it be best to discuss them now or at a later point?
Thank you. I feel your sentiment. It's correct. Let's follow through as chronological as possible, right? So that we are all on the same line. So if we are on 3.3, anything before 3.3 or up to 3.3a, please chime in. Fair to be so that it's moving and we're not going back and forth between pages. So we should open SSS or PPP or in person along the line so that it's more productive and easier to reference. Is that palatable and easy to follow?
Yes, thank you very much. Sounds very fair.
If I can just go to Murtaza Baglamse.
Assalamu alaikum. Just on this 3.3, generally with a lot of the Jamaats, we have a condition in there to say that they have to be a member of that particular Jamaat for a certain period. Because then only can you understand the good standing of the member within the Jamaat. Does this require a certain number of years that that person or that candidate, potential candidate, has to be a member of a Khoja? It doesn't have to be which Jamaat. It has to be a member of a certain Jamaat. Because ideally, I think it does make sense somebody to be a member and then decide for a number of years and then be eligible to take on the position.
Thank you. Good point. So the Constitution basically says it's a Khoja candidate who is in good standing. Again, I'm coming back to the ambiguity. By allowing us to know the date at which this membership had commenced and the local rules in the Jamaat. So we are depending on local rules of the Jamaat's membership. WF does not have good standing definition of how many years you have been a member in your local Jamaat. All WF says that you are an individual who is Khoja and in good standing. So in hindsight and in cross-reference, it is ideal to know when that membership commenced, approximately, so that if, for example, Brother Murtaza Bhai Councillor said that, well, his Jamaat says 5 years minimum, right? And if it's less than 5, they don't deem that member to be in good standing, right? Because that is the local Jamaat rules. So we'll get questioned that you have accepted a candidate nomination at a WF nomination process. Well, it contravenes that individual's local Jamaat good standings, right? So this is in line of making sure through and through, at local Jamaat all the way to WF, that member has deemed and has shown that they are in good standing while they're proposed from that local Jamaat or that local region. And that's all it is, to clear the ambiguity of the period that they are in the Jamaat's local good standing definitions. right? That's all I can comment on.
Son, thank you. So next we have Abbas Bhai Bandali, followed by Rasul Bhai Bahmani. So if I could go to Abbas Bhai first, and then we'll go to Rasul Bhai. Also, Fayaz Bhai, we have the live edit ready to go when we need to get into it. So when you call on it, we are ready to get it on screen. So we'll go to Abbas Bhai, followed by Rasul Bhai. Thank you.
Hassan, sorry, yeah, I withdrew. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I withdrew my SSS, but I think I just want to tack on to the fact that I think it was alluded to earlier, right? We're giving conflicting messages in my opinion. I don't think it's ambiguity, Fayaz, but I think it's curiosity that we're satisfying here, right? Because we're asking for the member Jamaat to confirm good standing. I mean, it's written here, right? So if the Jamaat confirms the member is in good standing, what did they want, right? I mean, when they became a member and how long their membership has been, these are all curiosity things, which, you know, it's not really ambiguity, in my opinion. I think it was agreed that we're giving the power to the Jamaat to confirm good standing, and that's all the Electoral Commission is concerned about.
Thank you, noted. Next one.
If I can go to Abbas Ali Bhai, Australia. Sorry, we're going to Rasul Bahmani first. Rasul Bhai Bahmani, then we'll move to Abbas Ali Bhai. Apologies.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Just coming on to this issue about membership, and I'm not sure whether it's the right place to bring this topic in here. But then, if you look at the judgment which Safdar Bhai alluded to in his introduction, the judgment talks about residency, dual membership, and this whole debate and discussion has been taken as a section in the judgment. So if we're looking at the membership when it started, then we also need to look at dual membership. And we also need to look at residency. Because, for example, a candidate could be a member of one region, but he resides in another region. So I think if we're tackling this issue about number of years and in good standing, then I think in this section we should also deal with residency and dual membership. I'm not saying that we should bar someone just because they're living member of one region and living in another region, but to clear the ambiguity that you addressed, Fayaz Bhai, I think that needs to then come in somewhere in the section 3 if we're looking at this whole criteria of eligibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rasul Bhai. We'll go to Abbas Ali Bhai, Australia, and then we'll go to Mazahir Bhai, Jessa. Abbas Ali Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Please, let's make this document as simple as possible. The World Federation's job is not to get involved in any disputes of membership. We are not members as individuals of the World Federation. We are regions. We are responsible for our members in whichever way we declare or do or commit our members. So simple. Since the federations will be nominating the person who is running for the position of president, then in all simple common sense, the nominating federation should take all the precautions to make sure that that person meets the requirements either in their local region or check through with another region on their eligibility, make sure that they're fine, and then indemnify completely the World Federation from any of this. Because I don't believe that Fayaz Bhai has a private jet to fly around to check on anybody's membership in every region. Let's keep the World Federation separated from these issues and each region manage it themselves. Furthermore, personally, I would like to see that regions only nominate people from their own region and not cross-nominate to other regions to remove any ambiguity very simply. So please, if I can ask just the simplicity, let each region manage it themselves, nominate the person after a full vetting process and confirm their eligibility and indemnify the Electoral Commissioner and the WF on any dispute regarding the issue of their membership or any other reason that may stop them from running as president?
Thank you, Abasi Bhai. If I go to Muzahir Bhai Jaisa, please. Bismillah, thank you.
Yeah, just pulling on that thread of eligibility. How about criminal conviction, age limitation, bankruptcy status? I think all those need to be considered. Now, I don't know if they're considered at the local Jamaat level or they're considered at the WF level, but some of these things are, I think they are key to candidate eligibility.
Thank you, Muzahir Bhai. Back to you, Fayaz Bhai, inshallah, to deliberate on those few comments.
Thank you. Any other ones before we start?
Nothing just yet.
Okay, so let's post the exhibit, the clause here online, please. And while that's been coming up through, I think we all understand good standing. I think we have full confidence in the local Jamaat and the region that they will abide by the good standing clause in their Jamaat as well as the region. And I think that's relevant. So what you're seeing here is a track document. It's available for exhibit. The pre-read was basically a simplified and easy to go through that. But for purposes that requests came in, that do you have a tracking record of how this document has evolved, we are exhibiting that here in writing. So we're looking at 3.3a, please. Right. So I think it makes sense that we don't need to have this commencement date. It will serve the purpose of knowing that it's a good standing, and I'm okay to check that out if we get a consensus here, or as Abul Hassan by Gokul mentioned, that it's a daunting task to see in that Jamaat if that date is traceable. Simplicity is key here. Trust and authentication and validation at the region level adds to that as well. And since the Constitution is silent on record, individual criminal record, bankruptcy, etc., we're going to follow the spirit of the Constitution, that it's an able human being who is of Khoja identity, ready to serve, and in good faith on a good day, we accept that that person will be a candidate who is in good standing at two levels of their membership. Both the Constitution and any resolutions have never brought that up. It is something to consider for sure. And I think I'll defer that to the conference as opposed to us deliberating on that. So with a nay or a yea, I think we can delete this and move on.
Thank you, Fayaz Bhai. Next, we have Dr. Hashim, followed by Arif Ali Bhai Hirji.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I definitely agree with what Abbas Ali has said, and I think some of other speakers have also alluded to that. We should leave the eligibility issue to the regional federations, because quite rightly so, Fayaz Bhai, you cannot be able to monitor this all over the world. I mean, we are very widely spread. Even within a region, it can be difficult. So I think what Abbas Ali and others have already mentioned, this should be left to the region, as long as the region have done their due diligence and have said that this candidate is eligible for standing for the election. That should be it. And just to make one comment, if I'm not mistaken, in the case that we had, the famous case that we had, I think the judge did say that even if the candidate at the time had been a member just for 1 day, he would still be eligible. So I think, you know, we are just going around probably dancing around the eligibility show on how long, and that's why I think how long has the person been a member is in this draft that you have presented. I think we are going around that, and I think we should just care of that, and we should leave it to the region, and regions would decide. Will make life very easy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. So we'll go to Arif Ali Bayhirji.
I suggest so that 2 points. The first one, so we can move forward, inshallah. In regards to the duration of membership, I think it will be difficult per se, and I agree that is a bit not straightforward. However, what I do like about this is that it has created a bit of discussion, and I like what Dr. Hassam very wisely said, that the regional federations and their jamaats, respective jamaats, will have to take a bit of a duty and help the electoral commissioner, saying that yes, indeed, this person is a member of a jamaat, and a jamaat which belongs to a regional federational member. And that's it. But at least that part should be very keen, and this is the history which we have learned from, and that's it. So I would just say that let's not have it there, but that all the regions and collectively help the electoral commissioner that this is as smooth as possible. Regarding the point, very valid point actually, I believe it is a valid point of my dear colleague Mazahir Bhai Jesa. Actually, though, it's very easy to fix this, and we just put in one line, as per the Charity Commission of the United Kingdom or England and Wales. We can just put in the text which is there about what does it mean with good standing. Because anyone who stands for the presidency of the World Federation automatically agrees to become a trustee of a charity, a registered charity in the United Kingdom belonging to the Charity Commission. And those things have criteria. So my quick suggestion, during the proceedings today, if one person or so can look at the Charity Commission text, copy and paste, put it in there, and that makes the electoral commissioner's work task much easier. Especially because this is a global organization. The person can belong to a Jamaat anywhere in the world, but will be registered, will be a trustee registered here in the United Kingdom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arif Ali Bhai. Fiaz Bhai, if you need that to be looked at, then we can work on that, inshallah, on any live edits that you need. Next, we have Shahid Bhai Murji, and then we have Muhammad Arif Bhai Jagani. So we'll go to Shahid Bhai first.
Assalamu alaikum. So I'm not so far from the previous speakers. Just let me look at regarding the 3.3a. So Manelage, why don't we just remove the 3.3a clause? Because if we keep that, we will need to get the confirmation letter from the Jamaat. So it's better, I think 3.4 is covering it properly. And the regional federation will look into the eligibility criteria, and the confirmation will be sought at the regional level. Hassan.
Thank you, Shahid Bhai. Go to Muhammad Arif Bhai.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Should there be something in, or a clause to be put in here, speaking to the competence of the candidate and the mental well-being of the candidate?
Thank you, Mohammed Arif Bhai. I'll pass back over to you, Fayaz Bhai.
Thank you. Can we bring up 3.3 and 3.4 if we can exhibit that? So this is, and the next one, please. Shahid Ali Bhai Murji mentioned. Yeah, 3.4 is a reference to the Constitution, right? So it is there that the SOP will always abide by this. And this is the only place in the SOP where the Khoja word appears. So I'll leave 3.4 there because that allows us to come back and reference that in the SOP. Let's move back to 3.3a. We heard you, and I think there is a level of trust required. There is also a level of this issue that brought up that what is this good standing in the essence of being a member who has everything verified. I think the UK registry, charity registry, is a good comment. We need to look into that and get perhaps some guidelines, which if it's there, and how transactional it is to a charity organization that's faith-based, etc. So I'll defer to that for now. It could be something we could consider based on doing better due diligence. Yes, the trustee ultimately is of a UK charity. That is unequivocal on that. As for the dual Jamaat membership and all the subsidiaries around that, I would defer that to the conference. This is a how document, not a what document. What is eligibility is addressed at the conference in the Constitution, and we'll take instructions from there. The attempt here was basically to highlight that the submission occurs with if that is required or not, and the good standing is in place, and the membership status. So I'm just leaving it at that. I think if it stands where it is right now, we'll accomplish what we want to and move forward for that. And there's some other additions that we need to consider. For example, UK charity for sure, right? And the disciplinary part is only because if there is any kind of issues, right, we are at least brought forth to us, right? And it takes on us on that verification part, right? I think it can be there. It's always good practices, and that's all it is. There's some
thank you, Fayaz Bhai.
Yeah.
So we have, yes, Onali by Khalfan, and then followed by Zafar by Kaku. Onali Bhai, are you with us?
He's muted, I think.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Assalamu alaikum. This is in reference to paragraph 3.3a, last line, and that the membership fees for the current year have been paid. I would like, if possible, we also mention that he has no arrears. It's not only current, but arrears as well. So if the commissioner can, prepare the sentence or write the sentence to include that, it's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we're going to go to Zafar by Kaku, and then after that we have Abbas by Bendali.
Yeah, so I'm just referring to Brother Arif Ali's suggestion around the charity commission rules, and I think there's quite an easy fix if we wanted to put it in, which is to call out the fit and proper test of a trustee as part of charity commission rules and requirements. So that's a simple fix. However, I think the bigger challenge is if we do put that, is how does the Electoral Commission confirm that is the case. I think that's quite onerous and maybe more challenging to do. So I raise it out there as a question to say you may want to put that in, but it is going to be quite challenging to verify that at that stage. So that is my only comment to make.
Thank you, Zafar Bhai. So my suggestion was, and in the background, what we've looked at is that within the document we can have it that we have to have someone in good standing as defined by the Charity Commission, and that would go within the document. And then the more sort of elongated version with the actual criteria can look to go in the appendix of some sort. So something to reflect on for the councillors, and we can look at that. I'm going to go to Abbas Bhai Bandali. We then have Muhammad Mahdi Bhai Karim, and then we have Arif Ali Bhai Hirji.
Asant, I feel that several people have said the same thing. I don't understand why we're not implementing it. I think there's a desire to take the burden off of the electoral commissioner and push it down to the region. And if it solves so many problems, right? Like the mental capacity of a candidate. I think Shahid Bhai's suggestion was fantastic. 3.3a, ako kadi nako. I mean, it literally removes all the burden and pushes it onto the regional federation, which is what 3.4 says. If you want to add a sentence to the regional federation based on their criteria, and that's it, just leave it at that. The mental capacity, the background check, all that, you have now absolved WF electoral commissioner from their responsibility and put it on to the region. And the regions are telling you that we would like that enablement, empowerment for us to take on that burden.
Son, thank you, Abbas Bhai. I believe Muhammad Mahdi Bhai's point has been covered. So we'll move on to Arif Ali Bhai Hirji and then Abbas Ali Bhai.
Yes, Asant. So my suggestion is that if between Muhammad Mahdi Bhai Karim, Zafar Bhai Kaku and myself, we draft up something, a paragraph or so between ourselves, and we will send it inshallah to Fayaz Bhai, if that is okay. Perfect. And Muhammad Mahdi Bhai says he's got something, I also have something, and we'll take it on and send it across for then everyone's perusal. Thank you.
Son, thank you, Arif Bhai. Fayaz Bhai, is that okay with you?
Yes, thank you.
That works? Amazing. Thank you. So we'll move to Abbas Ali.
Just supporting Brother Abbas Bandali, I think we need to move on. I think we've all agreed. But I do agree with Arif Ali Hirji's view on the fit and proper person. But instead of locking it into the Charity Commission of the UK, I think every region we are in are governed by rules of company directors and charity directors and trustees that will be all the same. So again, leave it to the region that they meet a fit and proper test for a person to be a director or a trustee of an incorporated company within the region. That will solve all your problems and that will go from there. Then you don't need to worry about referring to the Charity Commission, be referred to the local one, which will be, if you look at all the regions, it's almost identical for every one of them.
Son, thank you very much. And if I could then go to Muntazir Bhai Jafar.
I just gave the suggestion for the exact wording for that clause right there. That's all I wanted to say.
And thank you so much. Back over to you, Fayaz Bhai.
Thank you. So my understanding is there are three things on the table right now. One is a quick fix that the paid membership and paid and errors are fulfilled for all past commitments. So that's an easy fix. Can we bring that document up now? Right. And I'll rely on Mohsin Bhai Haji as well there, he's in person, to guide us through this, that any arrears and past arrears are fulfilled, or whatever is the accounting term for it. So Mohsin Bhai, you can work with Abbas Merali, who is on the keyboard, and we'll check off on only by Kalfan's comment on that. I think it's fiduciary and it's a right call, so we should add that. As for the regions versus the local Jamaat attestation of that confirmation, I'm not convinced yet whether we have that in the SOP as well as in the ExCo, or should it brought up to the conference, right? So I know we're in the fork in the road here. I very much understand. I've spent some time yesterday talking with the individuals. I do hear you loud and clear, black and white, that leave it to the regions to agree upon. And it is a palatable, a easy fix solution. There are two sides of the coin. The side of the coin I'm more interested in is a UK-based institution. A UK-based institution that is grounded in the UK laws, right? At the end of the day, that is prevailing over all our processes. In essence to that, right? In essence to that is basically, if we're aligned to that, any future correspondence, any future clarification, any legalese issues will be aligned to the laws of the land, right? Etc. We can write all the processes we want to. Ultimately, we have to be aligned with that. So let's see what this 3 or 4 people, whoever else wants to join, Brother Muhammad Mahdi, Brother Arif Ali, and Mr. Kakui, right? So let them work with this paragraph for us so that it allows us to have a proper look at it and follow that and continue with that. So I think let's park this for now. Let's move on to the next one. If there are any side comments, please flag them and we will redirect them to this sub-writing of that. And I think interest and respect of everybody's sentiments, comments, observations, and feedback, I think we can move on to the next one. We have paid due time on this now.
So I think Haider Ali Bhai Megani, if you could just mute your mic. Can we mute Haider Ali Bhai, please? Hey, Viv, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Abbas Ali Bhai, and then we'll move from there.
I'm sorry to be a pain. It's 11:15 p.m. in Sydney, so I will sit for 45 minutes because it seems we're going in circles here. We are not clarifying a consensus that the regions want to take over this and run it themselves. And with all respect to my respected brother Onali Khalfan, I know his wish is correct, but that's his region will need to take care of that. Can we just remove 3.4? And we have precedents in a previous conference before the election that was meant to be held, where there was no one else stood, and Saftarbai got his second term, and it was that the regions would run the SOPs. So can we just at least get consensus? So it looks like we've moved forward, because it doesn't seem like we've moved forward. Because otherwise, if this is the role we'll take, why don't we just move to conference and move on, because it's going to take too long. So can we at least ask and get consensus to remove the clauses we don't need, rather than accommodating clauses which are valid? But if we are going to say that the regions are going to take care of it, then the regions will take care of the matter of arrears, etc., before they nominate. And again, not your job as the Electoral Commissioner of the World Federation. So can we get at least show some steps forward here, or otherwise, I think I will just say let's move to conference, because if we can't do anything, then we're wasting time here.
Thank you. Noted.
Thank you.
So the last call here by Councillor from Australia is we remove 3.3 altogether by show of hands or whatever, by feedback, etc. Let us know what you think of this. And if the sentiment holds, if you want to go for a vote on this, etc. But I don't think it's a place to do that. It is a place at the conference to decide on this, elaborate on that. that the regions shall have full responsibility, right? We took upon this responsibility because it helps us in maintaining, right, the process. The SOP is how you are going to make sure this is a good standing candidate, right? The WF at the electoral commissioner level in past has taken that. Today, what the suggestion is, pass this responsibility to the regions, right? So it has emerged, and that is the sentiment right now.
Sorry, we have a point
Yeah.
of order. Sorry, Fayaz bhai. Abbas Ali bhai.
I'm sorry if it may not be a point of order. I mean this respectfully. We do have precedent where the regions took care of it, and it was at the previous election where conference actually agreed to it. So I don't think we're breaking precedent.
Thank you.
I'm just going to pass over to the chair, Safdar Bhai Jafar wants to come in.
Thank you very much. Respected executive councillors, there is a fundamental point that we have been discussing from the opening. And although I feel there appears to be consensus, I think we need to get a feel from the House. And that can materially change what Fayaz Bhai has presented. Obviously, we're going to 3.3, there'll be 3.4, 3.5. And a lot of this would probably somehow modified or neutralized if there is consensus that the regions need to be empowered to run their own equivalent SOPs. I am cognizant of time. We can spend hours on this. I'm just trying to come in. I did not like to come in. I want to get the sentiments of the House to see that if each of the regions is aligned, that the onus of running the election primarily is with the regions, then a number of these points would neutralize and that the SOP becomes a much smaller SOP. I know this was discussed in 2023 in Herfield, but we did not reach consent, we did not close that. And the last election, there was a contest, and the SOP that was presented earlier was something that went forward. The reason I'm coming in is otherwise we'll be spending many hours here. So I'll defer, and I would like to hear from each region in terms of the sentiments that are you aligned with the fact that the region should be empowered? And if so, do you feel that a lot of these points can be reduced? The reason I'm saying it, and I know we have been talking about the conference will have 120 people. It get even more difficult to run this. The constitution is very clear. The SOP is in the hands of the Executive Council. It requires a 2/3 majority to move on with the SOP to be ratified at the conference. Of course, if there are clauses in the SOP that has a direct impact on the constitution, the conference has to decide. If there is heavy ambiguity and we cannot get consensus today, then we have to go to the conference, then we don't waste everybody's time. So at least if we get a feel on some fundamentals, one of the key fundamental is, are the regions ready to take the onus? Then a lot of that onus goes on the region, then this document shrinks heavily. And we don't discuss about all these issues that are being raised. So can I suggest, Fayaz, if you're comfortable, that we would like each region's president to give a quick view, and then we can move forward, hopefully, from there, inshallah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Pramukh sir. Do you want to take the SSS before we give to the president so that let the councillors air it out?
So with the permission of Onali Bhai Khalfan and Shahid Bhai Murji, we'll go to the presidents of the region. We'll get a view of how they feel about that, and then we'll move to the SSS, if that's okay, Onali Bhai and Shahid Bhai. So Fayaz Bhai, if you just want to facilitate going from each president of the region, and then from the regions, and then we'll move on back to the SSS.
So it's only fair we start alphabetically. So help me, what's alphabetically? You guys write that stationery all the time. What is alphabetical? And this way we don't have any biases. Is it COAGE or is it Africa or whatever is alphabetical? I don't care.
I believe that would be Africa Federation.
Okay, thank you.
Is Amin Bhai with us today?
I'm Zuhair by Salams. This is Ali Hassan.
Alaikum salam, Ali Hassan Bhai. You okay?
I'm good, alhamdulillah. Amin Bhai is in between travels at the moment. So if you could start with other regions in the meantime, I'm trying to get a hold of him so that we can gather his sentiments to be relayed to the House.
Okay. I will go to Raza Bhai in Australia. Alphabetically, that would be next. But I sense we've had obviously the view from Australia, but we'll go to the president of the region and then we'll move from there. Thanks, Ali Hassan Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. From Australia perspective, Abbas Ali has already spoken. Abbas Bhai has already spoken. Our sentiment is that regional federation should take more ownership and the SOP should shrink, and which takes away a lot of burden away from the World Federation. So our view is that it should be the regional federation looking after the election process on their own, and a lot of ownership should go to them. Thank you.
Son, thank you. From there, we'll go to Courage Arif Ali Bhai.
Thank you. Am I audible? Thank you. So, we have grassroots elections. That means that the candidates also are from the grassroots who are members of Jamaats. Now, if that is the case, the person who is a member, the candidate who is a member of a Jamaat, it is that Jamaat's rules which applies if the person is eligible or not. It cannot be additional rules which are put in, otherwise the premise is wrong. Now, if we agree on that, that means automatically the Jamaat which belongs to a certain region have to take certain responsibility. And this is what we discussed before, and I'm aligned with my brother Abbas Ali. There is, however, one thing which we have to cover, and I don't think we can fully outsource it to anyone else, and that is that the person, the candidate who stands, needs to also know that it's not only a leadership of a Jamaat region or a globe, it's actually a charity which belongs to a certain geography. There are some variations, especially now that we as a organization have already decided that we are going through a Companies Act CLG structure. Not there yet, but we have fully shown our intention. That means, and even today, if someone is a trustee of the World Federation, they will take decision on different investment arm where there are limited companies. Given that premise, Courage's position is the following, that we should just put in a simplified point that the candidate knows that they are of good standing according to the wording of the Charity Commission and the Companies Act. We will work on that. But otherwise, when it comes to electoral processes, it should be the regions who take a bigger act on it. And this is because the electoral commissioner works with the regions and the region's electoral commissioners as well. Inshallah, by doing that, we have also fixed another thing, and that means the democratization and the smoothness when it comes to elections within regional federations as well. So this is a win-win situation if we do this properly. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Arif Bhai. So I think that's very similar sentiments. And then we'll go to Suhail Bhai in India.
Zuhair Bhai, Assalamu alaikum. Everyone, Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of Suhail Bhai, I would like to take this opportunity to speak on this topic. So I totally give my hands up with all what is being discussed currently, and in our view, it should be the region who should be allowed and take this call, because it will definitely remove the headache of WF and make things quite simpler. And we should really opt for something which is quite simple, and rather than making it too complicated. we have been discussing quite a lot on, all the eligibility criteria, and we should really come to the conclusion. And I think so, as the seniors have recently commented, Abbas Ali Bhai, Safdar Bhai, it should be really region's call to make things short.
Awesome. Thank you, Raza Bhai. And also, I think he meant senior in experience, not age.
Of course, sure.
Hassan, thank you so much. So again, similar sentiment, and we're going to move to Nasimko, passed by Bandali. Thank you so much.
Asad, yeah, I mean, I think, look, this pattern is recurring not only throughout this document, but in other think tanks that we're participating, the Koja definition, this theme is recurring, right? Regions are asking for empowerment to make the World Federation's job easier. And I think if we start understanding and taking this approach of making things, not just simple, but enforceable at the WF level by pushing it down, so WF is not in the business of policing and regions are in the business of self-regulating, right? This is the model that we need to start adopting because, we had an election recently at the WF, for example, we had a candidate that didn't meet certain criteria, but we didn't really have safeguards in place to try and alleviate or prevent that. And so empowering regions to take ownership of this really simplifies the process and moves us forward. And I think the youth are also asking for this. We've heard that from many of the youth as well. So yes, agreed. Asad.
Santa Basbai, thank you so much. So I'm going to go finally to Pakistan Federation, Abul Hassan Bhai. And then what I'm going to do after that is I'm going to allow Onali Bhai Fafan and Shahid Bhai Muji to come in at the end with the SSS that was waiting. Thank you, Abul Hassan. Abul Bhai, you with us? I don't think you're on mute, but we can't hear you.
I think I lost the connection. It's back now.
Perfect. Thank you. Yes, Bismillah.
Okay, so I referred the question to AI. AI of the East. It's Allama Iqbal. And he said, फर्द मिल्लत से है, मिल्लत जो नहीं तुम भी नहीं, which means that each of us is a component of the greater mechanism, and we should play our new roles. So yes, RF is not RF, but the regional federation should take ownership. I agree with this line of thinking. However, there will be some components of the SOPs which will be globally controlled or centralized, and some would be at the regions. For example, the prerequisites to leadership would be central. The process of the mechanism would be at the regions. Thank you.
Thank you, Abul Hassan Bhai. I think there's a bit of feedback there in the background coming through. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go to Fayaz Bhai before we come back in. I'm going to go to Onali Bhai and Shahid Bhai Muji.
Assalamu alaikum. Since this matter is now being referred to the regional federation, I will just wait and we'll be discussing with my chairman and the rest of the members. So you can go ahead with the other council. Thank you.
Hassan, thank you so much. Shahid Bhai?
Assalamu alaikum. So, my language is Safdar Bhai Aprene guide Kaira, if you look at the Constitution Clause 2.21, this House has the power to amend the SOP. What we need is a two-third majority. So I'll reiterate to my point of 3.3a. Apre શું કરે છે? Pandora box ખોલે છે. You know, when you say good standing member, એનું મતલબ કે એનું લવાજમ પે છે. Now when you add for the year, એનું મતલબ આપણે confusions લિયાવે છે because ઘણી જમાતમાં પોતપોતાના constitutions છે. For example, આપની જમાત છે દાર ઇસ્લામની, our subscription deadline is 31st March. બીજી કોઈ જમાત હશે 31st December. So I think 3.3a થોડુંક આપણે એને મૂકી દઈએ સાઈડમાં. 3.4 is covering. ખાલી 3.4 માં એક ચીજ છે જે મને લાગે છે we should look into it. જે last word છે એ કહે છે કે it must be nominated by any regional federation. હવે અહીંયા any થોડુંક issue છે because અગર કોએજની કોઈ જમાત હોય, Africa cannot nominate that member of કોએજ જમાત. તો ખાલી અહીંયા આપણે એક proper word ગોતી લઈએ, respective federation કે something to keep it clear. But let's not get into the eligibility criteria. Electoral commissioner cannot look into this matter. ઈ પોતે દૂર છે, જમાતો બહુ ઘણી છે, so it won't be under his control. Let's leave it to the regions or something.
Sam, thank you, Shahid Bhai. And then one final point from Mohammad Raza Bhai Dauji before we go back to Fayaz Bhai. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My one point, because we are also chatting with our other Africa Federation councillors, and it should be very clear that the Federation is not going to vet or vote. Let's say, example, we have one candidate who is a good standing member. He has taken a letter from the Dar es Salaam Jamaat and send it to Africa Federation. And then we have another one from Madagascar. So whatever they receive 3 candidates or 4 candidates from Africa. Africa should send all those names to the Electoral Commission. They are not going to vet or they are not going to go for voting, that they choose one so they can send that one name. That should be very clear. And I think because if we start vetting, Africa Federation vets, how will they go and vet? The Jamaat has already vetted and said that this is a good standing member. Thank you.
Sam, thank you, Mohammad Raza Bhai. Fayaz Bhai, we're going to go back over to yourself. Obviously, following the comments from the regions, the regional leaders, and a few of our councillors, you can come back in, inshallah. Fayaz Bhai, I think you're on mute.
Sorry, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, so we'll defer for now because we're waiting for President from Africa Federation. As for 3.4, do we bring it up? What is the amendment here? Is from any, nominate by any versus just regional federation? Is that what we want to adopt? Is that what the understanding is?
So I think Fayaz Bhai, the chair Safta Bhai wants to come in now just for a moment, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah.
Safta Bhai?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Zuhair Bhai. And Fayaz Bhai, I seek your indulgence in this. It appears, and of course we are waiting for Amin Bhai to confirm, but obviously his Secretary General is around as well, that there appears to be consensus in this House, at least that the elections should be devolved to the regions, except for certain key areas of the SOP that simplifies itself. My concern only now is, and I'm just trying to guide, but ultimately it's your call, Fayaz Bhai, is that if we go close by close, we will be hitting the same issues. At least if you look at the whole of 3, those issues will keep coming in and out, in and out, in and out. I'm not trying to rush the meeting. I'm just trying to see if we can optimize our time. I have a few suggestions here, and you can consider. So, if we can mute.
I know what is your view about this.
Sorry, Onali Bhai, if we can please mute. Thank you very much. Thank you. Jazakallah. So if you look at different clauses of threes, the different permutations and combinations are all will devolve back to regional internally, except for the clause which is very critical and that hits the constitution. And this is where we can't do much because it goes to the conference. For example, the president must be a Khoja Shia Ishnashri. I know Nasimco rules has a different issue, whereas the World Federation Constitution is very clear on that remit. So this is one area where the regional devolving may not work. So that's one thing I can see so far, and I may be corrected, there could be others. Obviously, the UK charity laws, and that has already been discussed as an additional component, but again, it could be factored within the SOP. The other area that I feel is very important is the arbitration clause, because that's something when the dispute happens, and again, this comes back to you, the centrality of the Electoral Commission. The entire section of the SOP on the role of the Electoral Commission becomes important for us to discuss today, of course. So my humble suggestion is, and I'm just trying to see how do we move forward. Either we move forward 3.4, 3.5, 3.6 and spend the whole day on that, or if we are in agreement in principle, we could agree as a house with 2/3 plus majority that based on the consensus of this house, the spirit is to devolve it to the regions, except for nuances that hit directly with the constitution, for which needs to be reflected in the SOP. And then we could work on that after today. At least in principle, we can draft a resolution to support that notion today and get overwhelming majority the way I see things. The remaining clauses, which are important, the arbitration and others, we could discuss today and try and culminate. It would be great if we can achieve a 2/3 plus majority today on the framework, which would then obviously lead us to the extraordinary conference, because you'll be already talking about the constitutional things that hit the constitution, and two is we need to ratify it at the conference anyway. I'm just trying to find a smooth path towards optimizing this meeting. Others, my concern is that this meeting will go on for a very long time. I'll stop here. I'll be very open to hear from you, Fayaz, by how you want to move forward, and then we can see how we want to take this house forward.
Thank you. So we have identified that we'll go back to the SOP and label which clause can be passed on to the region with a capital RG, RF, Regional Federation. Okay, so I'll indulge Secretariat and Brothers Abbas Merali to identify and label that. So end of today, we are all on the same page. We'll continue with my slide presentation because some of the other ones we can deliberate today. In the meantime, we hear your sentiments that it should be any clause that is applicable, leave it simple, allow regional federation to unburden WF Electoral Commission. Yes, we hear you, we should do that with so far the majority. So why don't we do this? We label that in, let's say, I like purple color. So just put RF next to each clause, highlight it in purple color. These tasks or these SOP related practices shall henceforth will be conducted at the regional federation. I do want to suggest that the SOP mentions this for the record. For the record, the following will be administered, conducted, etc., at the regional federation, which means that we have it in black and white, a document, a set document that is agreed upon, voted upon, adopted upon, and ratified upon, that in its clauses, these are identified and to be added, because allows us down the road to add more clauses which are pertinent to regions. We should not be blinded that every work is done at the region that are not documented. Allows us, as the federation composed of 6 regions, to have a tally, a working finger indexable reference that these are the region's responsibilities. It's documented. We will evolve. Just like today, we're devolving to evolve, right? It should be there. So that's my humble suggestion. So having captured that, I think we're ready to move to our slide deck now. The next one is on the 3.11.4.
Fayaz, we've got a few people that want to come in. I just wanted to also point out, so there is salah time approaching, I think, in a couple of the regions. So we've got India and Pakistan. If I suggest we break in about 15 minutes for a 15-minute break, if that would work for everyone. So if we break for a comfort break, and for those regions that have salah time approaching, they can pray, inshallah. Now, in addition to that, we have a few people that would like to come in. So we've got Arif Ali Bhai Hirji, Dr. Hashim, and Abbas Ali Bhai. So if I start with Arif Ali Bhai Hirji and then we move from there. Sant.
ભાઈઓ હવે મને શું લાગે છે ને મિસ્ટર ચેરમેન જે કીધા હું અગ્રી કરું છું, પણ આ જે બધા જે નુકાત જે છે જે અમે કહે છે કે રિજનલ ફેડરેશન કે લોકો કરે, મને લાગે છે એસઓપીમાં ઓલરેડી છે કે કોનું જિમ્મેદારી છે, કોનું આ કામ કરવાનું છે. ઇટ્સ ઓલ રિટન. So I think we should go forward, and I propose, Fayaz bhai, maybe when the next break comes, we put our heads together, because mane su lage che ke we will have to go actually point by point the way which you already have planned in the slides. Ale ame evi ritna kare on the 3.3 je Shahid bhai Murji je kida to remove it, and the next clause is good enough or covers it. I think the sentiment of the house is that. The sentiment of the house is that. So we should move on. Khali ek cheez che ke regarding the Charity Act part. This one we have already sent this text to the Secretariat. એટલે મને શું લાગે છે કે આ ડાયરેક્ટલી સ્ક્રીન ઉપર તમે રાખો ને ઇન્શાલ્લાહ we know કે it is good. We have simplified it as minimalistic as possible, but still that it captures the essence. I really believe that if we don't go, step by step, just Fayaz bhai, tame che ne be just forthright and say, any issues, past. Any issues next, past. Just let's go through it that way. On 3.3, should ask, is everyone okay now? Because at the moment, the sentiment is that we should not have it there. So we then move on. That's my, so we can go as smoothly as possible, inshallah. Ahsantu.
Son, thank you very much, Arif Ali Bhai. So we go to Dr. Hashim and then we'll go to Abbas Ali Bhai.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think we have sort of reached a consensus, but we still have to hear from Africa Federation. So let's not rush. I think we need to hear from Africa Federation, and if we have reached a consensus that the whole election process or majority of the election process is going to be passed over to the regions, then before we start going through the clauses of saying which is World Federation, Electoral Commissioner, and which is Regional Federation, we should have a resolution agreeing to that before going over that. I think that would be the correct way of doing that. Let's not jump before we build the bridge to go over it.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Abbas Ali Bhai?
I promise I won't bother you too much more. We have nearly Namaz Tajud here soon, so we'll log off at 12 midnight. The SOP as it's presented at the moment has clauses that can be removed very quickly. And we don't need most of the clauses there if they're going to the region. And we need to start making a bit of sense to move quicker. Number one. Number two, of course, every region needs to have an SOP template that they would pass on to the electoral commissioner so that he can see what each region will perform, right? And the arbitration committee is very simple. If we have an electoral officer in each region, that again means we're not elected. Each region has one representative. They can form the arbitration body. So instead of sitting here for the next 4 or 5 hours and moving line by line, I would suggest to you, and have mercy on us in Australia, that why not defer where we've got to, go back to the regions with a template that we can follow or they want to take on board, incorporate the comments like Arif Hirji has given, which are valid for the character and good standing, The World Federation should be taking a view to remove any form of liability it may have to carry in the future and distribute it to the regions. This SOP from a World Federation point of view should not be more than 1 page and should refer to the SOPs at local level. And that's where Fayaz Bhai needs to work with each region to get that done so they know what the local SOPs will be. And then they'll leave it to the locals to decide. And going back to the Africa Federation saying that we have 3 members and Jamaat, if your Jamaat has vetted them, then they're vetted. If you're satisfied with that, so be it. Nominate as many people as you want, that's fine. There's no issue. If you are happy with the vetting at your local Jamaat, it's vetted, it's done. But please, we cannot go through line by line here. And if that's the case, I will request that that at least I know myself from Australia will exit. You know, we spent 3 hours, 9 till 12 here. We've allocated good time on our Saturday night. I think this document was not ready for today. Go back to the secretaries of each region, break it out, make it into separated areas, give the responsibility to them, come back to us with a simple document and referral to the SOP templates from each area. Please, let's make this quicker. We cannot spend a day on this.
Hassan, thank you very much, Abbas Ali Bhai. So I think some valuable comments there coming from Arif Ali Bhai, Abbas Ali Bhai, obviously in the interest of time. But as Dr. Hashim has said, we haven't had the input or consensus from Africa Federation. So Fayaz Bhai, back over to you to inshallah move forward.
I'm already there. I'm waiting for you on slide 7, 3.11.4. It's a net new. It's nothing to do with the regions. So if we can exhibit that. Thank you. So this is the part where we are, you're not on 3, I'm talking about 3.11.4. Yeah. I think I went over that. Any comments on this? I can move on to the next one.
So I can see Fayaz Bhai, Ali Hassan Bhai, Secretary General of Africa Federation, has also said that in principle they're in agreement. It's being suggested to leave the onus on the regions.
Okay. Okay. Any comments on this? We can move to the next slide then.
Can we go back, please? Just a moment. Just a moment. Can we go back? Thank you. Hassan, Bismillah.
Okay. I think we discussed this as well, the requisite number. I didn't hear any sentiment, so we can move on to the next one then.
Bismillah.
Okay, so there are 2 slides on this. Okay. Point number 5 and point number 6. This one basically is, can you go to the SOP? Because there was a word to be added here, accommodation versus accommodate. So please flash the exhibit the SOP itself. We have a working document there on the 3.12.7 in the SOP online. Thank you.
So I think we'll, Fayaz Bhai will break in 5 minutes for salah for a couple of the regions. What I would suggest is during that break, if Secretariat can work with the Electoral Commissioner and councillors that would like to support and contribute towards a resolution to approve the framework that we're working with, because it appears we're broadly at consensus, I believe. But I think Arif Ali Bhai, if you want to come in, and a couple other people, we can get a resolution over the break, and then we can decide after the break then how we would like to move forward. If we can get consensus, then great. So I'm going to go to Abbas Bhai Bandali, and then we'll come back to you, Fayaz, by see what your thoughts are, see what the councillors' thoughts are of that over the next few minutes, and then inshallah we'll break. Yeah? Abbas, bye.
Asant, I'm loving this space. Thank you. Yes, no problems with moving on with those two clauses. On 3.12.7, the change that we had suggested, Fayaz bhai, are you incorporating that? Accommodations shall be made?
Yes.
That's up for discussion right now. Yep. My point is, it's nothing to do with this clause, but it branches off of this clause. We need to allow a little bit of time at the end, perhaps, to try and talk about the promoting as an aspiration for digital voting across all of our regions. I know it's a little bit out of scope for this clause because this clause is just trying to incorporate those regions that are doing digital voting. But I think we need to make we need to come to some agreement about some aspirations to promote digital voting across our regions.
Thank you. So a correction is made. Let's go to the next slide after that.
Arif Ali Bhai would like to come in.
Yeah, I'm really torn. I love this, that we are now going close by close. We are going fast through. So, Ahmad Uncle, through Mr. Chairman, I understand the point about having a resolution, but when I am reading the SOP, I actually find that the onus of where it sits is quite clear. And I think why it's clear, because last time around, when we did it, we actually changed quite a lot so that the onus lies on the regional federations. I don't think we should go away from that. And I think unless I would suggest we take up on your offer on doing this resolution only if we get stuck. And I think we are going through now. There will be 1 or 2 points later where there will be issues, I'm pretty sure, which are the new clauses which have come in. But otherwise, I think we should just move on. We are now at a pace as such, and we have that feeling. So, Zuhair Bhai, I think we should, this is my humble opinion, let's move on with speed, inshallah.
Thank you so much, Arif Ali Bhai. So I have no major issue with that at all. I think if we're able to arrive at consensus with pace, with either method, there's more than one way to skin a cat, as they say, right? So, inshallah, if we're able to arrive at consensus with pace, then I have no issue. I think there's no harm in creating that, resolution during the break, just so that if we need to get to that point, we have it ready. So, Arif Ali Bhai, with your permission, if you're happy to contribute towards that so that we're able to have both options of pace available to us after the break, then that would probably support where we need to be.
The other option de facto will mean that we'll have to push the SOP to a conference. I don't want that. I want us to fly. I want us to go through, because we've spent time on it through groups and workings. There are some points which could be contentious. Let's speak about those. We just go through it, and then we'll have to go for ratification. And I would much rather, when we meet up for ratification, we spend more time with barbecue and laughter, and inshallah pray for the ummah at that point rather than focusing on SOP. Asanto.
Thank you, Arif Ali Bhai. I can see Abbas Bhai Bandali has also kind of agreed that we're moving at good pace. So inshallah, we're going to break now for salah, and we're going to return in approximately 15 minutes. So if we say it's 2:54, I want to say UK time now. If we return at 10 past, and inshallah we can continue at pace, and we can move on from there. So we'll break now, and inshallah at the Masjid Dua.
Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
કેમ છે? હા બોલ.
You need to go mute.
No, હું તને આનો ઓકે હું તને ફોન કર્યો.
Assalamu alaikum all. I think there is still some counselors who are praying and have taken a comfort break. So we're going to come back in around 5 to 10 minutes, inshallah. It is 11 minutes past. So I think let's say 20 past. So in 9 minutes, inshallah, we will continue. We are just waiting for, I think, a few more councillors to return. Inshallah, we'll get going in the next couple of minutes. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Again, can I just check everyone is back online? Cameras are on. Councillors in physical attendance in Harefield are back. Inshallah, we will continue now. Son, thank you, Raza Bhai. So I'm gonna defer back to the chair, President Sapta Bhai, who would like to come in now after the deliberations before the break, and then from there, Fayaz Bhai, you can then come in. So over to Sapta Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum, respected councillors. Thank you very much. Prior to the namaz break in certain jurisdictions, there was broad consensus that additional aspects rather than burdening the SOP of the World Federation, should be devolved to the regions. And there was discussion towards the end where a suggestion was made by our Secretary General that it would be a good governance to have a resolution in place that meets the sentiments of this House, so that there's a framework on which we can work. There was also a second school of thought that let's continue to proceed and go through elements of the current SOP and say whether this falls within the region or not. I feel as a chair that if a framework is agreed, it will make our life easier to say whether this falls within the region or it does not. Yes, there is some work that has been done with respect to the regional requirements within the SOP. So we were keen to have a resolution in place over the break, but I think I had requested Brother Abbas Ali to work with Arif Ali Bhai over the break. I'm not sure whether they managed to get something or not. Abbas Bhai, if you have something to say on this matter, whether we have at least a broad resolution to say that there's a framework, and then we can move on and discuss each item under the broad framework that we have.
Ahsan, Safdar Bhai. Yes, I have put something in the chat. It's a proposal, a resolution, and I've vetted it to Australia and our local delegates here at Nasimco. So it's out there, it's in the chat.
So for the proposal to be motion, I believe we will need a proposer and a seconder, and the AV team, I'll leave it to the Secretariat to put it on the screen, because for discussion on the resolution, we would need a proposer and a seconder.
You need me to propose it, Safdar Bhai?
Yes.
Ali Bhai Shroff is proposing. Ahsant.
Okay, I'll leave it to Zuhair by a process. We have a process. I'll leave it by to him, because we need to read it, we need to put it on the screen, we need a seconder, then we need discussions.
Thank you, Safdar Bhai. I'm just going to bring in Councillor Muhammad Mahdi Karim, who would like to just add something to this and something that should be incorporated. So if we can just go to Muhammad Mahdi Bhai, and then we'll go from there. Secretariat and AV, if we could then look to get this ready on.
Thank you very much. Just very, very quickly, with thanks to Zafar Uncle and Arif Ali Uncle, we've come to the language that we'd like to incorporate with regards to the eligibility criteria for the candidate in accordance with the laws of the Charities Commission, and also in accordance with the principles of the Companies Act 2006. And if we could put the wording on the screen, as has been mentioned, as much as we try to devolve as much as we can to the regions, there are some points that need to be incorporated within this SOP from the perspective of the laws of the land, and we feel that this addition, either as a standalone clause or to the end of 3.4, will satisfy the requirements for the candidate of the President of the World Federation to be in accordance with Charities Commission guidance, but also the principles of Companies Act 2006.
Son, thank you. So just to come back to Mahdi Bhai, is this a separate resolution, or is this in addition and incorporated within what's already been proposed?
It's a clause, separate clause. So it can either be included at the end of 3.4 or a standalone.
So I think if we were going to do it as a standalone, then maybe if we go step by step and get the first one on screen, get through that, and then inshallah we can look to bring this one forward as well.
Can I chime in?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I think we can add it to 3.4 and just start stating that the candidate satisfies, and that will allow us to reference and be coherent as far as the reading of this charity commission, which is legible and good to go, I guess. So let it start with the candidate, and that would be a good fit there. Thank you.
Good idea. Thank you.
So am I right in saying, and thank you, Mahdi Bhai. So are we right in we're adding that to this existing,
correct,
suggested resolution? Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Give me a moment. Let's just get AV to bring this up. Whilst that's being done, I have Abbas Ali Bhai.
Wouldn't we pass the resolution first and ensure that this item is then added to the WF SOP that all regions must adopt within their SOPs at that point in time? Because you've already got a resolution that's been flawed. This there for you to either pass or not. I think it's two separate items. The resolution that's been proposed is to remove things that are not relevant for the WF SOP, but the constitutional point needs to remain. So this would fit into the second part and then would get passed as part of the WF SOP. Just my reading of it and understanding.
Thank you, noted. And let's go to the resolution in the meantime. We have a proposal. Zuhair Bhai, you can continue. Or
Yes, we got it on screen because even on our side, the tile isn't big. Is that on screen now? Azba, you can see that on screen on your side as well?
Yes.
There, I think. Yes, I think we can see it. Okay, so we have a proposal for this? Let's read it out. Sure. I think Ali Bhai Shroff has proposed. And if Ali Bhai Shroff, if you could just read the resolution for us, please.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
So I read the proposed resolution for voting. Be it resolved that this House agrees to structure the WF election SOP such that it conforms to the UK Charity Commission requirements and then defers to the regional federations to self-regulate on the extra criteria they wish to enforce, provided it does not conflict with the WF Constitution, which shall take precedence. So I propose this.
Son, thank you very much. Ali Bhai, do we have a seconder? I'm just going to, okay, so that's been proposed. Arif Ali Bhai wants to come in. Can I get a seconder? And then Arif Ali Bhai, you can come in as well. We've got Raza Bhai Bojani has seconded.
Yeah, we second this resolution was by the initiative.
Son, so that has been passed. Salawat ala Muhammad. No? Discussion. Oh, it's open for discussion. In fact, so that brings me on to Arif Ali Bhai Hirji, who can come in now. Thank you very much, Ali Bhai and Raza Bhai.
Okay. So we who are sitting here in this room, we don't want to be party poopers here, for sure. But this one comes across a bit wishy-washy, yeah? It's a bit wishy-washy. Because this creates what you would call a spirit. But what we want to come to is to pass an SOP today. So I feel, unless, I've not understood it yet, sorry, that we will still have to go through the clause by clause one. And I think that the spirit has already been captured, that we want the regional federations to self-regulate. Let me give you an example of what I see as an issue with this one. The extra criteria they wish to enforce. I wouldn't like extra criteria to be enforced on anyone. હું તમને એક એક્ઝામ્પલ આપું, નમૂનો. અગર કોઈ છે નોર્થ અમેરિકાથી એક કેન્ડિડેટ તો શું અમે એક કોએજમાં additional criteria અમે રાખી? I don't think so. So there is a bit of I don't understand this one. I think that now that all the regional federation leaders have said they are happy for the regions to take greater responsibility, they will be part and parcel of any vetting process for a candidate who comes from their own region. They will say, yeah, this person is in good standing to what we have and we know, and they have to communicate that. I think we should move on. I'm not sure if this resolution actually helps us. And sorry for my ignorance if it comes across that way, but that's also the spirit of many people in this room here. Thanks.
Hassan, thank you very much, Arif Ali Bhai. So obviously the resolution is here now to be discussed. We've got a few people that want to come in, so I'm going to go to Habib Bhai Megji, our Vice President, Shahid Bhai Murji, and then from there we'll go to Abbas Ali Bhai.
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum. So if we are going to keep this resolution after Arif Ali Bhai's comments, I think we need to edit. So I would say, for example, we would take out the word extra as mentioned. And also in the last line, I would suggest a friendly amendment to say not conflict with the WF, SOP and Constitution. But so there'll be few, iterations of these resolutions which we should work through. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Habib Bhai. So I'm going to go to Shahid Bhai Murji, Abbas Ali Bhai, and then Abbas Bhai Bandali.
Pramukh Sahib, I think Arif Bhai boli gaya, and I seconded it because आज तमे resolution आपने pass करू छे, I don't understand आपने શું pass करे छे, because this house has to pass. હવે આપણે કહીએ કે self regulate on the extra criteria. Now what criteria? Because end of the day it is the conference has to pass the SOP. I think we were going perfectly fine, clause by clause. I think we are complicating things. So I would suggest let's go the same way and finish the SOP and pass a resolution કે આપણે rectify કરશું હવે conference-માં.
Thank you very much, Shahid Bhai. I'm going to go to Abbas Ali Bhai, then Abbas Bhai Bandali.
All the presidents agreed to take responsibility in their in running the election for whatever was agreed. We don't need to go line by line. We can remove whole sections in this SOP from the WF. For example, voting. It's not WF's issue anymore. It is each region's issue. All they need to do is provide you with an audited set of votes that is being scrutinized independently, and that's it. We don't need to go line by line. We can now, after this resolution is passed, with the amendments that have been proposed, and I can see the benefits of some of those amendments, it will allow you to expedite you going through this SOP and getting rid of a lot of the things that we can say simply federation has to be done regionally, and go through whole sections of it. Are you seriously going to go through each line of the voting section when it's not going to be anything to do with the WF anymore? It's a regional issue.
And thank you very much, Abbas Ali Bhai. I'm going to go to Abbas Bhai Bandali. Then I'm going to go to Ali Hassan Bhai Qasim from Africa Federation, and then to Mazahir Bhai Jessa. So Abbas
Hassan, I just have two comments to make. The spirit of the resolution here, Arif Ali Bhai, co-ed president, with all due respect, was to bring us towards a better process, right? And I believe we had agreed in principle to what Abbas Ali Bhai just said, right? There are words in here that need to be clarified, no problem. But look, we haven't even gotten to the neutrality and the campaign conduct obligations, where I think we will spend another 4 hours debating because of the regional variances. So, like Abbas Ali Bhai has said, the spirit of this resolution is to get whatever we can, like we're peeling things off of the SOP to make the SOP simpler, and then allowing regions to start adding whatever they want. And this idea that COEG might not agree with NASIMCO's extra criteria, well, that's NASIMCO's problem, right? I mean, if NASIMCO wants to put on extra criteria for NASIMCO's candidate, I think NASIMCO should be empowered to do that. The whole idea of this resolution is to make the WF simple, and then to allow flexibility to the regions to add additional criteria if they want. If NASIMCO doesn't want to put any additional criteria on the candidate that they send forward, that's NASIMCO's problem, right? I think we're trying to solve two problems with this resolution. Make a simple SOP that's easy to enforce and empower regions to add additional criteria. That's it. There's not much reading between the lines here. We can change some of the words. That's fine. I just came up with something in a few minutes just to see if there was appetite to get something moving forward. Hassan.
Thank you, Abbas Bhai. I'm going to go to Ali Hassan Bhai and then Mazahar Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. I just put a comment right now. So please, I would like to refer my opportunity because my sentiments have been echoed.
Thank you very much. Mazahar Bhai?
Since this resolution is on the floor, any amendment to this resolution needs to have approval from the floor, right? So, for instance, we added the word extra in SOP. I think maybe it's a good idea to ask the floor if there's any objection to this amendment, and then basically go ahead with it. So just a point of information there.
Thank you very much, Mazahar Bhai. The chair would like to come in, so I'll pass back over to Sabta Bhai.
Are there any other SSS? No. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll bring in Fayaz Bhai shortly, but I can see that before break, the House had consensus that regional empowerment would be important for the SOP to be successful, with the World Federation SOP being bare minimal to incorporate the constitutional requirements that is sacrosanct in the sense that you will not contravene that. We have reached a stage now where there is a resolution that has been tabled. Yes, we are aware of the process that there is a friendly amendment. I haven't come to the friendly amendment of Habib Bhai, which we will incorporate if we have to go for a vote, which I always, Chairman, like to avoid to get consensus. But if we don't have consensus, we will have to move in that direction. So I'm trying to get the sentiments out for getting consensus so that Fayaz Bhai can move on with his job. And then there is the second school of thought where Alif Ali Bhai and Shahid Bhai have alluded to that they feel that we are going in an appropriate route, and let's continue. Considering that the resolution is already tabled and seconded, it is my understanding from this that a framework has been set up for our discussions that will follow, because there are still many points we need to go through, and this can take many hours. The conduct, the conflict, the issues around neutrality, the issues around equitability of platforms, complaints of the arbitration, all these are new items, materially new items that have been brought forth after Darussalam. When we left Darussalam, we had a working document, and there has been material changes to this, as we have seen. So if we don't agree on a framework, and right now what I see is that there's a framework on the table. So one school of thought feels a framework needs to be tabled, seconded, so we can move on quickly and tick the boxes of what's in and what's out of scope. And the second school of thought is we continue as is. Now, considering the resolution is already there, my suggestion, of course, is that if there is consensus that we move on with this, and there is consensus that we can pass this resolution, then we will allow for a friendly amendment. Because Habib Bhai has suggested friendly amendment, and I'll go back to Abbas Bhai to see if he is in agreement with that as a proposal. But if there is strong objection, from the House, then I would like to hear that quickly, so that I hate going to vote. But if we have to, then we will have to exercise that notion, because otherwise we'll be spending many hours on this. So can I go back to Arif Ali Bhai and Shahid Bhai and see that if there's no strong objection, if we feel there's consensus, then we quickly move on with the friendly amendment. But if you feel no, you're strongly objecting to that, then we may have to go for a vote.
Thank you. So Arif Ali Bhai was coming in next anyway, as he has got SSS. So if we move to Arif Ali Bhai, and then we'll go from there to Shahid Bhai, see if we can get sentiments from there.
No, I think I've expressed myself. I feel this one is quite wishy-washy, and I am looking around in this room. It doesn't feel okay. I don't think this one sits well with me, to be really honest. And I know the spirit. I agree with the spirit, but this resolution doesn't feel okay, and I don't think I can go into friendly amendment territory. I'm going to just, if it helps, say the following. I actually think, I'm going to lay it out there. I think this SOP is not in a bad state. I think there is one additional item which is Pramukh Saab ji tame kidan and neutrality ne kevitna equal platform are worthy che ke ame debate kari. Bas. Bijo badu, I don't think there is so thing, and I wish everyone have read the SOP. There are some typos still there. We'll capture them, but mane nati lagto. I think we should just fly now, except for that part which is neutrality part, which will take some time, I believe. But we should just go. That's my feeling. This resolution, I wish I could say Bismillah, but I don't feel it's okay.
Sorry, before I go to Shahid Bhai, there's a point of order from Suhail Bhai. Suhail Bhai? Suhail Bhai, just, we can't hear you, but I can see that there's been a point of order raised. Are you on mute, or is there a microphone issue on your side? Okay. So Suhail Bhai, I can't hear you. I'm going to move on. And if you want to raise the point of order, please raise it again, and I will come to you. I'm going to go to Shahid Bhai Murji, and from there we will go to Rasul Bhai Bamani, and then we will move on from there.
પ્રમુખ સાહેબ મારું પોઈન્ટ એક જ હતું. I have no objection કે આપણે કબૂલ કર્યા છે કે regional federations will handle it. તો મારું શું કહેવાનું હતું, જે તમે last time આપણે SOP પાસ કર્યા હતા, the clauses which we don't come to a conclusion, આપણે એમાં લખી લેશું કે the regional federation will handle it, rather than keeping a resolution જે આપણે કહે છે self-regulate on the extra criteria. Now what will be the criteria? સમય જાય કે ખાલી પોઈન્ટ ઈ છે કે એવું ન થાય કે આ બધું પછી ખીચરો થઈ જાય. જો ઇટ્સ બેટર એક ડોક્યુમેન્ટ ફયાઝભાઈ બનાવ્યા છે, લેટ અસ ગો પોઈન્ટ બાય પોઈન્ટ, ને જ્યાં ના હોય સમજૂતી આપણે કહી દેશું, જે તમે અબ્બાસ અલીભાઈ કીધા કે રિજનલ ફેડરેશન વિલ ટેક કેર ઓફ ઇટ. જોયા તો એક આપણા પાસે ડોક્યુમેન્ટ હશે ઈતા.
Thank you, Shahid Bhai. I'm going to bring in Rasul Bhai now.
Assalamu alaikum. I just want some clarification on this resolution. There's a clause further down about neutrality. So if this resolution is approved, and if there's an issue with neutrality, i.e. one candidate gets preference over another candidate when he goes to that region or that Jamaat, who regulates that? Who polices that? And if there is a complaint, then who arbitrates over that complaint? Because what we're doing is we're delegating, from my understanding of this resolution, is we're delegating all that to regional federations. So there, if there's a candidate from Europe, and there's a candidate for, say, Pakistan, and when the Pakistani candidate wants to come to Europe and he doesn't get the same equitable platform as the European one, what happens in that circumstances? So that's just something that I just want clarification on from this resolution as to how would that work. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Rasul Bhai. I'm just going to go to two last points before we then defer back to the chair. So Abbas Bhai Bandali and then Abbas Ali Bhai Australia.
Asant, I think there's some confusion here. The idea of this proposal was not that we stop and we adjourn and we're done. We can continue down the path of going through the SOP, if we need to. But the idea was that if we are all in agreement with this resolution, then we can start peeling things out of the SOP, right? To make the deliberation faster. That was the point, right? So the point is not शायद भाई जे बोला है तमे खाली ध्यान खेंचू छू कि आपने जो आज काम पता होए तो आ रेजोल्यूशन નો મતલબ ઈ છે કે આપણે જરા એગ્રીમેન્ટ માં હોય કે રિજન્સ ના ઇશ્યુઝ આપણે રિજન ઉપર રાખે અને ડબ્લ્યુએફ નો એસઓપી આપણે પાસ કરે with whatever we consensus ma hoy, right? So for example, on the neutrality side, I mean, Rasul, by your point about arbitration and filing complaints at the Jamaat level of, for example, there was not enough airtime given, we can discuss that, right? But if we pass this resolution, then we are allowing regions and empowering regions to then conduct, a lot of the policing, basically. And the World Federation SOP will still have clauses in there around arbitration and complaints. It's not like, I think this resolution does not mean that there is no longer WFSOP, right? We can still have a WFSOP, we need it. It's just trying to take some of the contentious issues out of the WFSOP if there is consensus that it can be regulated or it can be pushed down to the regions. So I think there's some confusion here. If we go down the path of this resolution, we can still continue discussing the WFSOP as it is being proposed by the election chair, but maybe start taking things out and simplifying it.
Thank you, Abbas Bhai. So I'm just going to go to Abbas Ali Bhai now.
Sorry. I think Abbas Bandali has just said it very clearly there, that it's to make it easier for us to remove things. So you have an SOP. The second thing, just on the issue of neutrality, at the end of the day, if one Jamaat or one place behaves that way, firstly, we should assume that every one of our brothers and sisters are Muslims together and will act in good faith. Putting rules like this hasn't helped anyway in the past, and it's not going to help. And if you want to sue, go sue the federation that the problem is in. I think there is a misunderstanding in our community, which I think everyone watching and all the youth, we have spent 50 years, our elders have spent 50 years building a world federation with assets and great facilities that we are putting at risk. Let the risk be at the Jamaat levels, etc. And they should know that if you don't behave, you will be taken to court locally. And then this issue is not a World Federation issue on neutrality. However, I say that in faith that I'm sure that 99% of the Jamaat Sudan, in fact 100%, but we make errors, will act and perform in a fair way to make sure everyone is treated fairly. There is no interest in anyone. This election has 8,000 people might vote. It's slightly bigger than a small university election. Nothing more than that. And my God, we have so many clauses that even the Department of Justice in America wouldn't be able to understand. Just get this thing reduced. And let's not worry about all these other things. Let the local federations manage it. We are the ones that the people are come and visit every day. What can the electoral commission, if I was an electoral commissioner, I wouldn't want this responsibility. I'd be saying, please, someone take it away.
Thank you very much, Abbas Ali Bhai. So Raza Bhai, I know you're waiting to come in, but Safda Bhai wants to come in. If it's pressing, then inshallah I will allow that we can come in with a comment. If it's not pressing, it can wait. I will ask the chair to come in.
Safdar Bhai can please go ahead.
Sam, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, respected councillors. I think we have reached a crunch here, the way I see it, and I'm concerned. I'm concerned that I don't want to go empty-handed today, where we just continue discussion and we end up nowhere. We already have spent almost 5 hours. My understanding before the SOP was circulated was that the World Federation SOP is going to be the point of discussion and has been. But now I can see since this morning the sentiment is that there needs to be a material devolution or regional variations that could come up with whatever additional things that will happen, because the document itself can take a lot of time. The reason that I'm inclined, although it will be a democratic process, to pass something is simply because if this is deferred to the conference, and when we go to the conference with 125 people and they say no, region should have no involvement, so we are back to square root one. We are back to square root one. At least if the Executive Council can speak with one voice, that this Executive Council has come up with a framework that there is ritual devolution. Yes, the question whether the word extra is used or what Habib Bhai has added a few friendly amendments, the question that Rasul Bhai has brought up in terms of what should be in scope and out scope, is precisely why this resolution would help the House to express its sentiments. That regions have an important role to play. Regions will have to come up with their own SOPs. Regions will have to take the onus and responsibility. That is an important responsibility. It should not be only at the World Federation level. That was litigated once, and we don't want another litigation. So the framework that is being proposed is something that will provide a guiding principle for us to discuss the rest of it. If we are already aligned on it, then I don't see any problem. But if there is a problem, then I'm afraid I don't think we have a choice but to go for what. And I will now instruct the Secretariat to go for what. My suggestion is that before we go for what, we discuss the friendly amendment that Habib Bhai has put forth, and request Abbas Bhai, who proposed it, whether he's open to the friendly amendment or not. And if we are, then I suggest we go for a vote. And I just want to clarify that what does this mean? This doesn't mean anything. It means that a message is being given that the regions will play an important role in the SOP by localizing certain aspects. What are these extra aspects? Of course, we need to be discussed. And after this resolution is passed, time permitting, how much more time we want to spend, another hour or 2 hours, I'm open. We are open as Chair and Secretary General to facilitate based on, it's already quite late in India, maybe they can wait for another hour or two, Pakistan can wait a couple of hours, then we can start looking at those points in line with that framework. That is really, so when you go to the conference knows that this is the sentiment of the Executive Council. Yeah. So I wouldn't allow any more discussions now other than a friendly amendment, and then I will ask Secretary to start preparation for a vote. Can I request Habib Bhai, if you can provide your friendly amendment, and Abbas Bhai, if you are in agreement with that, and if Secretary can put it on red on the screen so that the proposer and the seconder should, sorry, my apologies, it was Ali Shroff, but Abbas Bhai, you seconded it. Go ahead.
Zuhair, can I go ahead?
Yes, Habib Bhai.
Okay, so I would propose the friendly amendment then refers to the regional federations to self-regulate and delete the words on the extra criteria they wish to enforce. So we delete those words, and then if I can continue in the second last line, conflict with the WF, SOP and Constitution. So we have two things, right? SOP, WF has a SOP as well. We also have a Constitution. Remove the parenthesis opening up. Yeah, those are my suggestions. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Abbas bin Ali. Although I came up with the wording, but Ali Bhai Shroff was the proposer, so I'll defer to him. But I personally have no problems with these friendly amendments.
Thank you, Abbas Bhai. So Electoral Commissioner Fayaz Bhai would like to come in.
Thank you. knowing the timelines, can we put a timeline here? Because past November, we really have to be in motion and in action. Our timelines are tight. Pramukh Sahib has mentioned upcoming elections, upcoming conferences and meeting places. I'd like to tighten this with a time frame. Our team is in full action past November. We have to prepare the work, liaise. And
Sorry, Fayaz Bhai, there's a point of order from Arif Ali Bhai.
Thanks.
Pramukh Sahib, I don't understand that if we are going for this resolution, my dear two brothers, Abbas Bhai, Pramukh Sahib Bandali, and Abbas Bhai Ali, both of you have said this will allow the House to cancel out, omit, or remove certain clauses of the SOP. When I look at the SOPs, the different clauses, I think it's very problematic to make it very thin. I can see that we will come into a situation where no one knows who is in charge of what. Okay? We like it or we don't like it. This is an election. An election has to have certain rules. We have 2 federations out of 6 who do not carry out elections regionally. There has to be some conformity, minimal conformity of what is lead, not too heavyweight. I look at the SOP, I don't see it very long. And Abbas Bhai Ali, I think due to your great efforts in the last conference, we've actually made it so that the regions have to take responsibility. Today, I've said it and I'll say again, I do not know what this resolution, what this actually means. On one hand, I hear Pramukh Sahib, you're saying this will give us a framework. But that framework for what? When I hear Abbas Bhai Bandali and I hear Abbas Bhai Ali saying, no, after this resolution, it will allow us to remove clauses. Are we sure about that? I don't. When I read it, I don't. So
Okay,
I don't know what pathway, because if we go into a resolution, I would like to know what this resolution leads to. And I don't at this moment. That's why I put a point of order.
Okay, with all respect, I don't see this as a point of order. This is a comment. So I'll only be fair to give Raza Wakil also to say something. And then I will close any discussions and we will go for a vote. Thank you.
So previously, Srihil, I wanted to say that, we are just ending up into circles. We are not really proceeding further. We are really stuck here and we need to really find a mechanism which really works. And time is ticking and, we are really not making any progress. So it's our kind request to find out some mechanism which is workable for all and we can move further. That's the message.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Raza. But this is exactly what I want. We now need to move forward. We've had enough discussions. I have expressed my concern that I don't want to go empty-handed today. If we have to go to the conference needs to appreciate and understand that these House sentiments are expressed. That is the minimum we could hopefully achieve. So I will now request the Secretary General to make the announcement with respect to the OPA vote. Thank you.
Son, thank you. So as mentioned earlier when we went through the housekeeping, we're going to freeze admissions into the Zoom call in 5 minutes. That gives people time to rejoin should they have taken a comfort break or for anything else. So in 5 minutes from now, which will be 10 past the hour, the Zoom room will be frozen. And also for those that are in physical presence, also whoever is in the room and in attendance at the time, in 5 minutes when the room is frozen, that is who will be eligible to vote. Can I now go back to Ali Bhai Shroff? If I can get the resolution back on screen. If Ali Bhai Shroff, you can propose, and then we can get a seconder. Get the seconder who seconded it originally. Ali Bhai Shroff, if you don't mind reading again, please. I could just get that back on screen.
Yeah. Thank you.
Zuhair, with all due respect, we need to clear with Ali Bhai Shroff whether he agrees with the friendly amendments or not. Then we can put the final resolutions, which he can read. Thank you.
Yes, I do agree with the friendly amendment, and it can be put up on the screen for me to read it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali Bhai. So maybe the AV team can remove the red lines and just make the SOP and green into white. Thank you.
We could just, yeah, we can see that's being done now, yeah? So yeah, once that's done, if Ali Bhai, you're ready.
Can I go ahead and read it?
Yes, please, Bismillah.
Proposed resolution for voting. Be it resolved that this House agrees to structure the WF election SOP such that it conforms to the UK Charity Commission requirements and then differs to the regional federations to self-regulate, provided it does not conflict with the WF SOP and Constitution, which shall take precedence. Thank you. I propose this.
Hassan, thank you very much, Ali Bhai. Abbas Bhai, you had seconded this with the friendly amendments in place. You have to second?
It was actually Dr. Molidina who seconded it.
My apologies. My apologies. Dr. Molidina, you agree with the friendly amendments and to second what has been proposed by Ali Bhai?
He's responded on the chat.
Oh, Dr. Molidina has responded now on the chat, so we have had it seconded. So proposal was Ali Bhai Shroff. We've had it seconded now by Dr. Molidina. We are going to close the room in about 90 seconds. We'll then take a 5-minute recess before then the rest of the process takes place. So once the room is frozen, it'll be frozen until voting is complete. So that'll be in about a minute from now. Please don't leave the Zoom room. And then also in addition to that, the same would apply for the people that are in attendance physically. So I think we'll take a 10-minute break now. The room will be frozen in about 30 seconds.
No, but I mean, you see, you're giving the authority to the regions tomorrow. You see, you're giving authority to the regions to come up with their own thing. Yeah. Conflict, yeah, but it says that. It says that. Yeah. Might more than that. Abstain. Yeah, we asked them, are you coming home for dinner?
With the agenda. See, the problem is, you're kind of like kitro mejo to find the next video file format. The main function was sound barabar no. Baki na function no. I can't rely on. Delicacy of Portugal. I understand. Yeah, that was right. Normally coincidence. Go to the Jamaat street to bring your own food. It's not the way. Pasta pasta exactly trying to operate on SOP for food. You have to abide the WFSOP. I already, I don't know what's happened. Listen. March में election. So just the parallel. No, it's been decided. I said February. No, March. That is too close to March. No, but we said very look at Feb. So we know what is it? Jan. I think the last one is not turning up. Do without treasure. Is that what was? Conference, yeah. I didn't go in Dar. I couldn't go as well. Last day I turned up. On the 31st was the meeting. I was working till 3 a.m. on the 30th and 31st. 31st, yeah, because it's 12 o'clock London. 3 a.m. I was still working. And then I hadn't even done any of that, my treasury thing. I did it at 6 in the morning. I woke up and started doing it. We did half of it. It was just ridiculous. In fact, the only reason I was able to complete it was my agenda got pushed into after lunch. Otherwise, I literally would have come up and said, Boston by take over. Yeah, I mean, no, he showed the full information. That is when he said it. We did my stuff. We put it, when we put it, I think that it's too premature. I think we'll go to that and they said they would look at it. Yeah, let's do that. But after the first. So I think the first one is okay. Right? The second one is also okay, I think. Yeah. Approximately, in fact, we have the second is going to W8, fully currently she's there. Yeah. Supporting education, plus 8 after the exam. Promotion of security. So education is just going to be second. Maybe you do nominate one person to do constitution, ExCo, and then the other two to state. She'll have to supplement to do education. I mean, it's just the thing about people, that will be a small
Assalamu alaikum again, everybody. Everyone is back in the room. So what I'm going to do now is, as the room has been frozen, I'm going to I'm going to pass over to the tech team. So Shahid Ali Bhai, if you could come in and explain how the ballot will work.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So we're going to go through the same process as we have in the past. I'm just going to, for the sake of transparency, go through my settings just to make sure that everyone sees the settings on the vote, and then you shall receive an email. So as usual, we set the start date the day before our vote and the end date the day after, so that we can manually start and stop the vote. If I go into my settings, we see that weighted voting and ballot receipt information is hidden, but the submit ballot confirmation option is on. So when you submit your ballot, it will come up with a pop-up for you to confirm submission, so that you don't submit in error. Please note that if you do not click on the pop-up to confirm your submission, your vote will not be submitted. Messaging is empty. We've enabled email, and we've enabled that when you click the email, it will automatically log you in. Each email address is a single use. There's no way to reuse the password and username if you have used the link to vote once. As shown, we've selected that all results are hidden until the vote is closed and no duplicates are allowed. If we go to ballot, you'll see the resolution is there in the ballot, and you're required to select a minimum of one option, and you can only select one option. And the options are in favor of or not in favor of, to make things clear. I'm not going to go to the voters page because it has everyone's private information and we're online. And we're going to go to launch. Now I'm going to hide my screen. Yeah, so the only issue detected is that all questions on the ballot require a response, which is how we require to run our vote. This is what the ballot looks like. That's copied in. It's all verified. I'm going to continue. And that all will be agreed. I'm just going to hide my screen now so you don't see my card details. So, there we go. Bismillah. Okay, so the vote has been started. You should receive your vote email within the next 2 minutes. Please wait 2 minutes before raising concerns on not receiving your vote. We'll take about 10 minutes voting time. If you, after 2 minutes, have not received a voting email, please check your junk first. And if it's not there, then please write in to Secretariat with your email address and your region. And we will follow up with you with your details if you are on the sheet. Hand back to you, Zerbai.
So thank you very much, Fadil. So I know we've said 10 minutes. I think let's take 15 just to give some additional time for those that need to pray Salah. I think in Africa there is Salah coming up in the next few minutes. So we'll take 15 minutes now for break for the voting. So it's 26 past the hour now. So let's go. We'll come back at 40, inshallah, post vote. So we'll go back to a break now. Thank you very much.
મને નથી આવ્યો, મને નથી આવ્યો, નથી આવ્યો, નથી આવ્યો.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Apologies, there has been a couple of tech issues. We're working on getting the vote link out to those people that have not received it. If anyone hasn't received, please email secretariat at World Federation. We're working on the ones that we have already been flagged to us. Because of the slight delay with the tech issues, we're going to come back at 10 to, so in about 11 minutes from now, inshallah. Thank you.
I'm going there actually in a couple of weeks. So please, to solidify your next term position, please give him more. We are not getting it. Withdraw all funding. We need to see the results. They can't take it as well, yeah? This is the problem of delegate and a region. Yeah, so they're looking, they're marking for me and so I'll try to send you. It's important that they email in so that we respond to their emails. What I'm doing, I'm just sending them the email back and then just verifying email addresses. When it was the most secure YouTube, YouTube. The one with the version? The one that you had the last one. No, the crying was the next day. Oh, the next day. Before the crying. Before the crying. No, I can see the number of people. Oh, you can see that you could see the tent. Quite a lot of money.
Assalamu alaikum again, everybody. We'll be back in about 6 minutes, inshallah. I know there is some people that have emailed in to say they've not had the link. So it turns out that for some people, the email address has not been the correct email address that was supplied from the region, or maybe it was an older email address. And for that reason, it's not been received. So we're getting those out. If you do have an issue having not received the link, then please email Secretariat at World Federation. And also, just to clarify, when you click on the link, for those that have received it or are about to look at it, it's going to ask you for your ID and your passkey. So you've got your username, and your password. So just follow those things as they come out in the email. That's what you need to enter before you are able to vote. Again, any issues, please email Secretariat at World Federation. And we just need to ensure that the email address is correct. So if you are emailing on behalf of, 2, 3, 4 people, again, we would just need the email addresses so that we're able to fix it. I'm hoping that the majority have been dealt with by now, though. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. I hope everyone is back in the room. So, apologies that took a little bit longer than anticipated. It turns out, though, that as we were going through each of the impacted voting link issues, it was to do with possibly the old or an old email address being registered or having been sent to us for each councillor. So just to reiterate the importance of the correct email address being supplied for councillors for meetings in the future. And inshallah, from here, I'm going to pass back over to the tech team who'll be able to run through the ballots and the results, inshallah. Shahid Ali, are you with us?
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, so I'm just going to refresh one last time to get the final number. It is 42 people who have voted. And I will go into settings to close the election. Yes. And I'm going to view the results. In favor of was 24 people, 57%. Not in favor of was 18, 43%. Back to you.
San, thank you very much, Shahid Ali. So we can see in favor of 57%, so the motion has carried. So with that, salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa alihi Muhammad. I'm just going to defer back to the chair. Safdabai would like to come in and give his thoughts. There is a point of order from Shahid Bhai Murji.
Pramukh Sahib, I just need your guidance. 2.21 says that you need 2/3 majority. Now I understand that we are not amending the SOP, but the resolution which we are passing is 100% going to the SOP is going to be effective. So I just want to the guidance of the House and the Chair. 2.21.
Yes, we are aware of that. So, Shahid Bhai, the Constitution says that the SOP, which has not yet been approved, that requires 66% majority. We haven't yet even gone there. We still have a long way to go to that. So this was a resolution that was brought to the House to look at the framework and to express the sentiments of this House, and that motion has been carried. What now will happen is that based on this, the framework, the Electoral Commission should now come and facilitate a discussion on the rest of his paper and to discuss both whether this falls within the region and this falls in the ambit of his own commission. And also we will discuss the other points the way we were going before. So this is expressing the sentiments of the House and the spirit of what has been passed, but we have not passed any SOP yet. We still have a long journey to go. And this is what now I want to move to the next point, which is that how long is a piece of string? This can take quite a bit of time. The suggestion, having discussed the Secretary General, is that we allow for another 2 hours if India and Pakistan and Australia are okay with it as an absolute clause. If we can achieve the milestone of completing the discussion today and reaching consensus and even going for a vote, brilliant. It looks doubtful to me because there's still a lot to discuss. But maybe now that we have a framework and the spirit is there, it might be a quick ticking the box exercise. And we can in 2 hours complete. But I just want to get sentiments from India and Pakistan in particular, whether they are okay to stretch for another 2 hours or so, because it is getting quite late over there. And I will appreciate their support if they can be with us on this journey for the next couple of hours so we can have a good discussion going forward. So I would request Abul Bhai Gokal from Pakistan and also Suhail Bhai to say whether we are okay to continue for the next 2 hours or so.
And Australia.
And Australia, my apologies. Vasile, I know it's very bad time for you. My sincere apology. I can see you look extremely tired on there, but we don't get such a house all the time, and we are all in the same room right now. So my apologies. I will Australia. Abul Bhai, if you don't mind, I'll start with Australia and then yourself and India, if that's okay. I'm very sorry about that. I just need your indulgence for the next 2 hours. We can go through. Hopefully, we can quickly move things faster. I really hope. It depends on you. We need your help. If we can move fast and say, okay, this is regions, we can park that. This is World Federation, we need to discuss. So if we can at least agree that let's park the region ones aside, because the regions will have to come back with their SOP to the electoral commissioner, it will expedite our process. Where we have a point of contention, region chair, Nathi region, we park it and we come back to discuss that. And then we will obviously discuss the WF components, time permitting. If we can achieve an objective tonight that the regions, this is what the regions are going to pick up, go back and come back with their own SOP, we will have made a major milestone today. And if we can go beyond that in this next 2 hours to say, okay, our point je che abe discuss kare aje SWF and we reach a consensus, even better. So my apologies, Abbas, but I fully thought you have already left, but I'm glad to see you here. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Raza Bhai, my apologies. Abbas Bhai, I should be asking this question to Raza Bhai. My sincere apologies. Raza Bhai, tame, are you okay on behalf of FSC to continue for the next 2 hours?
Raza Bhai, it's already 2 a.m. here. We started the meeting at 9 our time, 5 hours later. We still have a long way to go. So have Fajr in 3 hours, it's getting too late. So for me, from Australian Federation perspective, we will be stepping away from this meeting now. And if there's any contentious or anything that needs us back, we're just a phone call away. We'll wake up and join the meeting. But our stance is very clear on this, that the regional federation will take ownership of the SOP or the areas of the SOP. There will be an SOP that the World Federation will have, and the groundwork and other stuff will move to the regional federation, which they will take over. So we are happy to come back with present our SOP or send that SOP to the Electoral Commission, and that's it from our side.
Thank you very much, Raza Bhai. I will seek Abul Bhai's indulgence.
Okay, just need to first give my consent that we are okay with the time.
Thank
but
you
how
very
to
much.
utilize the time, I'd just like to add on with your permission, so we do it effectively. So with this development, the SOP has 2 components now. One is that component which is to be drafted by the center, applicable to the center, and which means the UK Charity Laws Commissions, the Election Commissioners conditions, the WF Constitution, and also is applicable to all the regions uniformly. The other component of the SOP is which is region specific, which will vary from region to region. but the regions together should develop a template, so at least there's consistency as to the scope and structure of the regional specific SOPs. And then we align to the work. If today we can achieve to identify those points which need to be addressed by the center, we would have made a huge progress.
Thank you.
And the regions can work independently to derive the template and share with the World Federation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. At this stage, I needed sentiments for Suhail Bhai.
Yeah.
Suhail Bhai.
Safdar bhai, yes, we are
Razan.
fine with it. Yeah,
Okay.
Safdar bhai, we are fine with it. We can still extend for 2 hours, but please try that, we do not stay entangled, in one point and, we just move forward, please. It's just a kind request.
Okay. Okay. I appreciate that. I appreciate the Australia, which I can sympathize that they need to leave, but we'll have to make sure we provide them the feedback. So my suggestion is that Fayaz bhai, if you can now continue and facilitate with the focus, as we heard, is that what are the elements that are easily identifiable as regional? Let's tick those boxes. Then we look at those points that are regional or WF or subject to discussion, allow the discussion. And then, time permitting, we go to the last element, which is looking at the pure WF elements where you need consensus and potential resolution. We'll do our best to see where we get in the next 2 hours, but let's optimize. And my humble suggestion to everybody, Momini and Zoeva Secretary General is also discussing with me here, is that if we can restrict each of us to a limited time and have a time ticker. I was inspired recently at the Africa Federation meeting. A lesson by gave 2 minutes per speaker, and it worked extremely well. We have done it in the past. We have 2 hours. We need everybody to talk, and I hope we can put some time constraints in expressing opinions that are very specific to the point, so we can move on. I'll appreciate that. So Fayaz, over to you, and Zoeba, over to you for facilitating. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everybody, for sticking with the time. We move on to the marked document, the same SOP with tracking. And in the background, we had volunteers and secretariat's overview. We have come up with, by each clause, we have labeled them which pertains to the World Federation and which of these pertains to Regional Federation. We can go line by line, or we can agree broadly that this is in agreement. And I can move back to 3 slides points, and we'll be out of here in another 35 minutes. If you're okay with this document where it mentions Regional Federation versus World Federation, and then the administrative part of this would be basically to remove them and have it reformatted, etc. And we can move on to our 3 other slides that we have and call it a day. So we can email you this, we can exhibit it on screen. What's the sentiment here in the room? I hear you don't want to go page by page. I hear that, so it's your call. And whatever makes it efficient.
I think Fayaz, if we go page by page and just complete.
Okay, sure. I think we have exhausted ourselves here. Let's move past 3.4 then. And I'll look at 3.5, 6, 7, 8. I'll group them in quarters, meaning 4 of these. Are you in agreement or disagreement? Only disagreements will take it at this point. What has been done here is basically verified that these are roles that are at the region level. Okay, so no comments. Move to 9, 10, 3.9, 3.10.
I'm just going to bring Brother Muhammad Mahdi Karim in.
Sorry, is now a appropriate time to include the bit about the Charities Commission and Companies Act 2006?
Yes, please. Go ahead. We have it there, don't we? I saw it there. Yeah, all you have to say is the candidate, remove and that. And it will be addendum to this clause. Just can we edit, remove the end date with the brackets, so there's no brackets, capital T for the, and yeah, thank you. Okay, 3.10. Okay, 3.12. Let's start 3.12 now. 1, 2 is pretty straightforward. Let's move on. Three, 11, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's move on. Six, 7, 8, and 9. I'm at 3, 11, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Brother Bassett, Brother Ali.
Hassan Fayaz, thank you for the space. I'm loving it. Just a clarification. The word mail shot, we had DM'd about this. This is a direct copy and paste from the WF Constitution, right?
That's right.
Okay, so we want to leave it as it is?
Yes, I would prefer it. Yes,
no problem.
Abul Hassan Bhai? I go to Abul Hassan Bhai and then I've got Arif Ali Bhai. Arif Ali Bhai, if I come to you, and then inshallah we can, I think maybe Abul Hassan Bhai is having a tech issue, but we'll come to Arif Ali Bhai and then we'll come back to you, Abul Hassan Bhai.
Can I ask, I personally am not following where we are. And if everyone else is, then maybe it is the right speed, but I am not following. So I think I was there when 3.4 was put in. And at that point, which we jumped actually. And then thereafter, we've gone to 3.11 very fast. And if everyone is speed reading that well, then so be it. Then I will try to find another way of reading, but I am not following. Sorry if I come across that is going too fast for me.
Okay, thank you, Arif Ali Bhai. If I can try to go back to Abul Hassan Bhai, he wanted to come back in.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We just went through quite a few clauses. I have some points to make in those clauses which I had made also. So should I go clause by clause now, or are we just first discussing the structure of the meeting tonight?
So I think it depends on what it falls under, Abul Hassan Bhai. So we were going to be
Okay,
go on.
Okay. So Fayaz Bhai just read out some clause numbers. There are some inserts in each of those clauses which I've made, but since we are in the meeting, I will just read out to save, for record. In 3.11.3, the last words are voting members at least 100 days before the end of the 3-year term of the president. 3.11.3. Yes, I had proposed that instead of writing 100 days before the end of the 3-year term, should it not be 100 days before the date of the election? As there can be in some terms where the 3 years are not completed. Then in 3.11.4, there is the duality of procedures where it is ballot papers. The EC shall send the requisite number of ballot papers to the regional federation. But in the instance of digital voting, the requisite digital ballot shall be assigned to the respective Jamaats. Is this by design or is it some error?
It is by design. We said before, in this aspect for 3.11.14, it is by design, where we will know how we are allocating ballots in the ballot system, paper-based versus digital. As for your comment for 3.11.3, I think the edit is being made right now. So we're good there.
Okay.
Thank you.
You have covered until which number, Vyasbhai?
Okay, let's go to 3.11.5 now. Okay, and let's compromise. Instead of going 4 clauses at a time, as Brother Arif Ali has mentioned, we'll just smooth it out. Let's go 2 clauses at a time then.
I thought Arifbhai would have voted for 4 at a time. That's what Shariat allows.
Okay, so we're looking at 3.11.5 and 3.11.6. Okay.
So these should be in the ambit of the regional federation, right?
Yes, you meant 5 and 6?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have RF here. Can you read it, or which is regional federation?
Yeah, so the 11.5 is clear. 11.6 is not restricted to the RF. 3.11.5 is. It's okay. I mean,
Both.
not
Let's
debating it.
put both. 3.11.6. Let's put both. Thank you. There's a role to play by the WF here, electoral commissioner. So we'll leave it there.
So the purpose of what we're doing is it to segregate the central clauses from the regionals?
Yes,
clauses?
basically
Okay.
allows you to take over the sections of the SOP pertinent and only delegated at the regional level.
Okay, so we're not trying to identify those that we'll separate from the regions, correct?
Oh, it is the regions. Here is the regions. Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right. 11.8. I think it's straightforward. 11.9 is I think 11.9, let's open it up to WF as well in case a query or that comes into WF. It could be varying, right? We could get this query as well, where we see that a complaint has been made and not sent to RF regional, but only sent it to us. So in that case, the role we take is to give it back to the regional federation to act on it.
Yes, and the regions will also follow similar rules of not allowing its logo to be used by any candidate, right?
Right, yes. That will be your SOP. That will be your SOP, which is what the chairman has guided us for. Is the next step is to make sure your SOP is aligned for that.
Ayazbhai, if I got a couple more people that would like to come in, so if I can go to Arif Ali Bhai Hirji, and if I can then go from there to Abbas Bhai Bandali, and then from there we'll go to Reza Bhai Bojani.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am fine with 3.4, 3.5, and 3.6. Question about 3.7, please. The 7 days after the closing date of nominations. Why 7 days? Is there a rationale for a whole week? Should we not have it faster? Shall I give my other questions in one go?
I'll come back to that. Can you exhibit that on screen, please?
Yeah. Yeah. Shall I continue?
3.7, I think, is a constitution. This is a constitution.
It is?
Yeah, I think we have to verify it, but I think it's a constitution.
Thank you.
I have to verify that, but I'll ask Secretariat to verify that in the meantime.
Yeah, going back to, if you continue, then we'll come back to you in a moment.
Okay, on 3.8, it says that results will be submitted. Are the results have to be submitted by post or not? Or is that covered somewhere else? Or is it by secured electronic? The 3.8 one.
Okay, so there's a additional here on 3.8. Let's call that preliminary results, and that will answer your query, because the final results still has
Thank
to
you.
be.
Thank you.
Exactly. So call it preliminary results. Thank you.
And so the preliminary result would be after the comma of the last sentence, yeah?
Yes, we'll clean that up as well.
Okay. When it comes to the day, that respective areas on the day set and agreed by the Electoral Commission. So the Electoral Commission sets the day, or is it like in the past that the Electoral Commission agrees to go together with either an ExCo or a conference?
Thank you. It can be added here as per, there's another clause that talks about that, so we can add to that. So I'll ask Secretariat to reconfirm that. In 3.8, what we are saying here, on the date set and agreed by the Electoral Commission, after that, can you verify per the clause that mentions that it is in conjunction with the regions as well?
Just to 3.7 is constitutional, that it's within 7 days.
Okay, thank you.
From the Electoral Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you. So we can take that out, so it will remain there.
And Mr. Secretary, if you have the clause ready, I think it would be very prudent to refer to it there, because in the future, you don't have to then look for it again. Yes.
You mean the constitutional clause?
Yeah, I think it will help Fayazbhai massively.
Sure, leave that with me.
Okay. So on 3.8, the day will be verified, understand? So Fayazbhai, may I go to 3.9, next one?
Yes, yes, yes.
It says the Electoral Commission will announce the result of the election for the post of president at least 5 days before the date set for the ordinary conference. So isn't that
That's a constitution. It's a exact wording. We did not alter the wordings in the constitution.
So
uses ordinary conference.
Yes. Now, I also am aware of that, so I was thinking, can we put our heads together a bit, that in case there is arbitration, the arbitration would then have to take place before those 5 days, yes? And if so, it means that that arbitration is super important, and I'm guessing that Abbas Bhai Ali referred or alluded to that, is that probably we will have to vote those arbitrators in by the conference itself. Otherwise, constitutionally we'll have an issue, because it is the conference who has got superior rights when there is a deadlock. So if it has outsourced it on an arbitrator, it can't be an ExCo which does that. So that's just something to think about. When we put an additional thing, we'll have to refer to 3.9 back again. Thanks. Nothing more at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Arif Ali Bhai. So we then have waiting. We're going to go to Abbas Bhai Bandali, then Raza Bhai Bojani, followed by Abul Hassan Bhai.
Mine is easy. Fayaz by 3.8. The last 3 words. 48 hours of the election taking place. Can we just change that to the election, either completion or something like that? Taking place is a little vague. Asant.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Abbas Bhai. Raza Bhai?
Thank you. Just wanted to understand something. Where there's a clause where it's mentioned that will be in the regional federation SOP. Why are we still discussing those clauses? Isn't that going to be eventually part of the regional federation SOP? I understand if there's a clause which pertains to the World Federation SOP, that's where we deliberate. But the regional federation SOP then is up to each regional federation. So I'm just trying to understand here. One. Number two, if you go down to 3.18, if you can roll down, please. Yeah. Now this is WF/RF. Again, my question here is, this is a new clause that has been added. Any particular reason why it says 2 electronic mail shots? If a particular region wants to send 3 electronic mail shots, why not? So that's just my confusion. That's why the whole concept of giving autonomy to the regional federation comes in. So just wanted to understand these 2 points, please.
Thank you. So your first point is valid. Because we're going through line by line, people are reading it. They feel if it's cohesive, they want to input for that. We are allowing that. Or we can draw the line and say, well, leave it as it is, because it's going to come out of the SOP, and another day the regional will take care of it. As for
the deliberation should be, sorry, Fayaz, but the deliberation should be, yes, this should go in the regional federation or should not go. If it's agreed to go in the regional federation, then there's no point spending time on it.
Okay. The 3.11.8 is a WF constitution. It will remain in the SOP.
It wasn't there before, right?
No, it's always been there. It's been in Karachi, the last SOP, the last elections were conducted, and it was there. So you can see it on the website. The SOP that's on the website does mention this. The number is different. It's a part and parcel of the constitution. We have not created.
Because I thought if it's highlighted in yellow, it means it's a new clause that has been added. That was my understanding.
Yes, fair. There were wordings and all that they wanted to address to. It shouldn't be even highlighted. Maybe the numbers changed, that's why it's highlighted, but I'll defer for that. What we're saying here today, though, you can write in your SOP, right? But that will be your distribution list. देखा?
Yeah.
Yes, आपका distribution list में 8, 12, 14 जितना चाहिए. WF का distribution list में 2 होगा, बबे होगा.
Agreed.
अच्छे लोग. अच्छा. All right. So, are we good on 9 as well? right? Again, 9 is the WF distribution list. That is as well. And I would say that because there are instances we have seen in the past, right? The members are writing to WF, right? We will pass that to you. So you will have a role, but it's not exclusive to you nor to us because we have to work hand in hand just because it's in real time. You can take all of it, but then we'll be silent. We'll never tell you anything because it's your responsibility. So we want to make sure grassroots have a venue that is career purpose. That's all. Are we okay right now?
Yeah, thank you, Raza Bhai. So what we have, so now we have Abul Hassan Bhai, Habib Bhai, followed by Arif Ali Bhai. We're about 30 minutes in, Fayaz Bhai, from when we came back from the break, or approaching there or thereabouts, which is, so we've got about 90 minutes left from where we said there was a hard stop. So just in the interest of understanding the different segments we wanted to go through, just putting that out there for now. So I'm going to go to Abul Hassan Bhai and we'll go from there.
Thank you so much, Zuhair. The first point was covered by Abbas Bhai Banderli about the 48 hours. I'm referring to 3.8. But the 48 hours should be submitted within 48 hours of election taking place was vague. It has to be an event, a measurable time where the time starts. So it can be 48 hours from closing of elections or close of voting, whatever you wanted, but it has to be specific. The second point, what Raza Bhai Bujani raised, I also concur. The regional clauses need not be discussed here if we are delegating this to the regions, except we must realize, appreciate, acknowledge the regional clauses too are of two types. Those that will be common to all regions, for example, the timing of the voting, or when the voting ends or the campaign ends, something which is a WF aspiration and common to all. There will be some regional clauses which are region specific. So if you can just identify those that we need the regions to handle, it will make life easier. For which I had mentioned that the regions together will put up a template. If these are the common clauses, these are the specific clauses, and they work accordingly. For now, if you can identify even those clauses that are WF or WF to handle, and maybe deliberate those.
Thank you very much, Abul Hassan Bhai. Fayaz Bhai, do you want to come in? Then I'm going to go to Habib Bhai and Arif Ali.
I'll let Habib Bhai finish and then I'll come in.
Okay.
Assalamu alaikum. So just a quick suggestion, Fayaz Bhai, on 3.9, we are saying the election results will be announced at least 5 days before the date of the ordinary conference. Now we are living in the world of technology. Mansone chap results kapeche. Immediately we have seen that online, like with different institutions, different jamaats as well. So I'm just giving an example. If the election happened, on the 10th of the month, and the ordinary conference is in the next month, so can we just suggest some words like as soon as possible, but not later than 5 days? This is just for your consideration, because timelines are about mota. Something is going on behind the scenes, right? So if the election commission has the results within 2 to 3 days, they should announce it. Ordinary conference, because I think we need to move with the times, right? So inshallah, that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, so the last one is easy. Can we get it verified? I'm pretty sure it's in the Constitution, right? So if it's in the Constitution, we can't contravene that. So I need that verified. As far as moving through WFRF, we can leave it for the side conversations we'll have during RF sessions. So let's just move through this list with WF only. Okay, so I concur with the sentiments here. While Habibai, we are checking this, where are we next on this list? Is show me the next WF.
We've got a couple of people waiting for Azbai that would like to come in.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna bring in Arif Ali Bhai Hirji, and then after that Ali Hassan Bhai Qasim.
Okay. I've now reached 3.11, the place where it was jumped to. Now, this 3.11.1, what kind of clause? Is this an RF one? Okay. So, what does that mean for this house? I've not understood. Are we actually saying that there will be no returning officers? There will be no verification of counts? Does it mean that we will go against the Constitution, which actually says that you have to have returning officers? And my other question is regarding electronic register. Does that mean that actually each region should have an electronic register, or it's their own arbitrary view of having one or not? Because this for me feels like the question is at the core of, should we have elections which are oversighted, checked by each other or not? I just want to understand, because where we are with this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. So there's a role that WF plays here. However, because you're saying leave everything to the regions, right? It excludes WF from doing that, Electoral Commission. Here, we do have electronic registration, voter registration in the regions. It is 100% there, auditable, verifiable, going to the elections we conducted. So that ticks off. So that is in place. They update it, etc. We put this as a control in Karachi ExCo. So on top of them saying they have it, exhibit it and send it to us. So we then at WF know for this voting cycle, these are the committed, registered, and it's there, it's completed, and we freeze it at that point, in essence, that we have acknowledged that. Today's conversation is give us all that back, right? So this falls, they will have all of that, they will maintain it, and if a candidate contests that, right, don't come to WF, Electoral Commissioner, because the regions are doing the work for you, right? So that's why there is a merit to go through each of these, because it highlights what is the imperative consequences of this, right? You tell us how you want to run the elections, we'll do that for you. We'll highlight to you if you stop us, if you tell us move fast, so be it, right? And I'm open for that.
Yeah.
Cognizant of that.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give Fayaz Bhai. Sorry, I interrupted you, because you've now clarified a bit that you're open for this house to give guidance. I'm actually super uncomfortable now. We've had elections in 2002, 2009, 2019/20. In all of these, we've had certain issues in certain regions which have been contested. And the question here is, are we okay for a regional federation for themselves to give any result without any verification, any counting? If that's the case, I believe that we are opening 6 Pandora's boxes. Hopefully, we will never come in those situations again. But this, I think, is like pressing the button of self-destruction. I'm very serious.
Let me respond back to you. 311.1, as it stands here on the screen, talks about registered voters. So you mentioned later on the counting. We call that preliminary counting because it's not final. The Constitution allows us and tells us the final voting shall be done in this manner, etc., right? Particular to this one, it's only about voter registration, right? If the House agrees that this is a sole regional duty, right? So we have labeled it as RF, right? Coming to vote counting, when we get to this, we haven't started vote counting yet. There's a whole section on vote counting, right? So when we get there, it is said black and white that the final count is at the federation, not at the region. That's why the previous one was a good correction where it says within 48 hours, you shall have a preliminary results ready. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Ali Hassan Bai Qasim, who was waiting, after which we have Abbas Bai Bandali.
Chairman Saib, I think, and maybe I'm saying this with utmost caution and respect to everyone, I think, and I understand the resolution has been adopted already, but I feel like it just sort of brought about a curveball and it has thrown a few of us, at least I can speak for myself, off the chart. And I think, can we have some sort of structure or guidance as to how we're proceeding? Because the moment the resolution was passed, we then went clause by clause, and now we're trying to distinguish which falls in the World Federation, which falls into the regional federations. And I feel like there's some level of confusion, and I can see that from the chats as well. I personally am not completely getting the whole picture of this, and I'm not following completely. But is there some way we can get a proper structure and guidance as to how we are proceeding with this, so that it makes it very clear what we are trying to achieve at the end of this meeting?
Thank you very much, Ali Hassan Bai.
Can I come back on Fayaz Bhai, what he just said? Because just to let you all know, if you all remember that we've had instances where it's not the counting which is an issue. The issue has been that the electronic register has been debated and challenged, including people who should be alive or deceased. We've gone through that kind of an episode. And hence, I just wanted to point out that that's the reason why this one is important. And I just wanted to see where we are looking at this one. I believe personally it's just absolutely good conduct for any election to have an independent body to look at if the registered voters are correct or not. May I just give an example? We have regional federations who do not have their own elections. Because they don't have own elections, they don't have the normal onus of keeping good register. And if they don't have that database, surely there has to be a way of helping out. And that should be an independent, and that's why you have an electoral commission of WF to do so. That's where I'm coming from. I hope I make sense. Thanks.
Thank you, Arif Bhai. I think we've got one more person waiting, which is Abbas Bhai Bandali. Then I'm going to pass back to Fayaz Bhai, I think, just to come back in and I think answer a few of these queries that have just come in.
Hassan, so sorry. Allow me to maybe interject here and clarify a few things. I think Ali Hassan Bai, Arif Ali Bai are both alluding to a common thread here, right? The idea for passing the resolution was basically to try and see if we can get some structure in the WF SOP. The labeling, the RF WF labeling that we are so focused on right now, I think is a little bit misleading. Okay, Fayaz Bhai, if you'll just allow me to clarify. The regions are in agreement that there are many things that we all agree on that will remain in the WF SOP. Right? It is the responsibility of the Electoral Commission, the WF Electoral Commission, and a lot of these things should remain in the WF SOP. right? The only thing, I think Abdullah Sambai alluded to this earlier, the only things that we might be able to peel off and delegate to the region is if there is disagreement or no alignment, right? Arif Ali Bhai said, for example, Nasim Ko does election at the conference, not at the grassroots level. Yes. Does that mean we don't have an electoral register? I won't go that far. But if we are not aligned on something and we want autonomy, then we take it out of the WFSOP. So far, I don't think we've run into anything that is even there yet where we need to take it out of the WFSOP. Now the question becomes, how will it be enforced by the WFSOP, right? By the WF Electoral Commissioner. If there's a statement like this one that is in the WFSOP and it depends on the region, then this is the way the elections are conducted, right? There's nothing here that is being given to the region to go off and do. I think that what the resolution was trying to get the inverse, which is if there is something that we cannot agree on across all the regions, then we remove it out of the WFSOP. Not that we start segregating whose responsibility everything is, because we're going to take this whole SOP apart. And the idea was to make the SOP simpler, just to remove issues that we cannot get alignment on. The WFRF labeling might be a little bit confusing, perhaps. And so my suggestion will be we go clause by clause, like we were doing. And if there's anything that we don't agree on as regions, then we can potentially take it out of the WFSOP. That's it.
Thank you, Abbas Bhai. So Fayaz Bhai, if you want to come back in now, I think there was a few people who have spoken there.
And now I'm confused. I'm literally confused. Okay? So I am confused. Okay? I'm really nervous and confused. We are either trying it inclusively or elusively. Number two, we have attempted to identify which part we think is regional based, right? So if it's a contestation, what is the definition of a region? Then we are not going to address it here in the SOP. What is the duties of the RF regional vis-a-vis the elections of WF? We're not going to address it over here. So the curveball is there, right? But I'm blind. I have a cataract. I'm seeing a cloud now, right? Because every point we go through, you'll unlock and tangle yourselves, right? We will unlock ourselves and tangle ourselves. So it's going to be a spaghetti ball at the end of the day. We attempted to do that so that there is discussion and we show you what are the parts of it. Essentially, other than nominating a candidate, a lot of this falls at the independence of an electoral commission of the charity. Right? The Charity Act says clearly, right, you will be governed by your rules, which are independent, right? So here, if we start to remove the dependencies, right, and leave that, so the regions are independent of who? Of their own rights, of their own charity laws, right? You run your regions on your charity laws. You don't run your regions on WF charity laws, right? So here's a fork in the road. I don't know. We are all together here. You tell us what you want. You want this as WF or RF?
I'm just going to, thank you, Fayaz Bhai. I'm just going to bring in Arif Ali Bhai, who's waiting to speak.
Asan, I have a gift for Fayaz Bhai. Can I see a nice smile, please? Asan. I am fine with 3.11.1, 3.11.2, 3.11.3, 3.11.4, 5, 6, and 7. Generally how they've been written. In case there are any typos, Bismillah, I think that they are fine as they are. So I think we should go. So up to 3.11.7, I'm fine with those. So now I quote up. and including 3.11.8 with the two mail shots which we discussed, as well as 3.11.9. So the whole of 3.11 I'm fine with, and I'm very happy to hear if anyone else, but I do think I agreed with what my brother Abbas Bhai Mandali just said, that if that was the spirit of just not making it over centralized, but there are some points that we have to agree on, Bismillah, I'm fine with those points so far. Thank you. So I suggest we also move on.
So thank you, Arif Bhai. We have Muhammad Mahdi Karim waiting to speak.
Thank you very much. Just a minor point that 3.11.4, I believe, introduces this concept of digital voting in the SOP. Might be a minor point, but I'll explain why it could lead to some problems. So the Constitution itself makes no reference to the ability to vote by an electronic method, even though the SOP has introduced the ability to do so. And the SOP is supposed to operate within the framework of the WF Constitution. And in the court case, it was deemed that wherever there's a conflict between the Constitution and the SOP, the Constitution is will prevail. So looking forward, potentially a defeated candidate could argue, it's not a strong argument, but they could argue that where digital votes were cast, they were not valid because there was no provision in the Constitution which allowed this to happen, even though it's mentioned in the SOP, but it isn't there in the Constitution. So I think as a solution, what I've done is I've shared some amendments with Shahid Ali that will be pertinent to the Constitution itself. I'm fully aware that ExCo does not have the power to make constitutional amendments, but I just wanted to put this on record at the moment. And if Shahid Ali could please put the two options on screen, this will allow us to ensure that the SOP is consistent with the Constitution on this matter of digital voting.
Thank you, Muhammad Mahdi Bhai. Whilst Shahid Ali, if you could just have a look at that, we've got Abbas Bhai Mandali who wants to come in as well.
Sorry, now that we're back on track, small correction. 3.11.8, it says each candidate shall be availed of the facility. Maybe if we can change that to shall be allowed. Each candidate shall be allowed to carry out a maximum of whatever. 3.11.8 says shall be availed of the facility. I hate to be the American that points out the correct English, but
I support that, Abbas Bhai from Kuwait.
Awesome.
Son, thank you. So I'll pass back to you, Fayaz Bhai.
This is a proposed amendments to the Constitution. Is that what we have it exhibited here?
That's correct, but because it refers to 3.11.4, I thought I'd raise it now.
Okay. The
Fayaz Bhai, may I come in? So we just go far. This one has now been minuted, and I think it's a brilliant point because that means at the conference where we're going to pass a constitution, we don't start afresh. It's a brilliant point. I really appreciate that. Even though there's a silence, it doesn't mean it's against, but it's much better that the SOP and the constitution work in tandem. Brilliant point. So I think, Fayaz, my suggestion, if everyone is okay, you say this has been a point and you, the Secretariat then takes this forward in the constitutional conference.
Thank you. It's well said, so let's move on back to the SOP. Thank you for that. Now you have option two. I think let these two options come up at the conference as well, which will be highlighted in those pre-reads. Are we ending 3.11.9 now? Is that the consensus?
But there's nobody left to speak, I believe. We can move on.
Let's move on to the next one under voting. Can we exhibit that? Thank you. Okay. Yeah, next 3, please. Are we okay so far?
I just have a feedback on Zerba, if you'll allow me, on 3.12.2. If we can just scroll up a little bit. Asant, where are we? No, just a little bit further up, 3.12.2. Yeah, right there, right there. 3.12.2, the last sentence, the Electoral Commission shall have access to the list of local returning officers. I think the Electoral Commission should have the list. Why have access to the list? You should just have the list.
That's right. We can check that out.
Just a suggestion. If there's no contention, then yeah.
Thanks, Abbas Bhai. I'm going to come in, bring in Arif Ali Bhai Hirji.
Yeah, I think I'm fine, and I also think that 3.12.3, I'm fine up to that, and I support 3.12.4 as well. Okay, so it works well. I think we should just spend a bit of time on 3.12.5. That's my suggestion. Should just look at it on screen a bit properly.
Thank you, Arif Bhai. I'm just going to bring in Habib Bhai Megji.
Yeah, thank you. So Fayaz Bhai, since we are now discussing some of the regional responsibilities with respect to electronic voting, I know you had suggested, or your team has suggested, that if the Jamaat has gone through one cycle, we will be more comfortable in allowing this Jamaat to, propose electronic voting for their members. But see, if the regions can take the responsibility that any Jamaat which has come up with electronic voting system, yes, they may have not done it immediately, but they're in the process of doing it for their own local Jamaats. Can we go ahead and use electronic voting? Because we really want to move the WF organization forward, use as much as electronic means available. That will minimize so much work for counting manual ballots, etc., reporting back to you as Electoral Commission. So if the region can provide us that support within their SOPs, that yes, they can encourage electronic voting, provided, of course, all the due diligence is done, it will be helpful to move our WF much, much faster towards the right pace. Thank you.
So if I jump to 3.12.7, right? It's there. We can remove that sentence there when we get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Fayaz.
Thank you, Habib Bhai. I'm going to go to Muhammad Arif Bhai Jagani, followed by Arif Ali Bhai Hirji.
Assalamualaikum. Thank you. Just a minor edit. I've been seeing the word casted being used. I don't think there's such a word in the dictionary. It's cast, not casted, because it's already in the past tense. So I think everywhere in the paper it should be corrected from a grammatical standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Muhammad Arif Bhai. Arif Ali Bhai?
I too am very pro for digital voting. So I'm speaking about 3.12.7. And however, I think the very, very core issue is the following: that the electoral commissioner and this body has to be very comfortable with the electronic voting in the geographies which takes place. As much as one can argue that electronic voting is more secure, it can also be en masse manipulated. And I'm not pointing any fingers at anyone. But what I do think is that the way it has been worded, that the full digital roster for the electoral commissioner to have, and then for independently be able to verify any of the votes, plus the, even though there is digital encryption, like the one done with Karachi Jamaat twice now, both in last election and the election before, it worked well. I think for this time around, given we are in the month of May and an election will take place in about 7 to 8 months' time possibly, I'm not so sure if this House is comfortable in being able to say that anyone can run digital election in any place. That's the feeling I have. But I would like to go halfway with Habib Bhai. One is through Muhammad Mehdi Bhai Karim, who put in about digital voting in the constitution. That is actually a big step to encourage. And the second one is that there should be an undertaking or a strong recommendation at the next conference to try to say that by the next election which takes place after this, we should try to go for full digital elections across. And that should actually be a KPI of this body. Thank you. That's my thought.
Thank you, Arif Ali Bhai. I'm just going to bring in Abbas Bhai Bandali, who wanted to come in on voting also.
Yes, I think we're in agreement. Nasimco, as a federation, also aspirationally wants to get there. I think the challenge we have is, do we put verbiage in the SOP about aspirational digital voting, or do we, together with the SOP, get some agreement and alignment that, by the next election, we will have maximum, if not complete, digital voting. And what we're looking for as regions is some sort of incentive to get us there. SOP may not be the place to put it, because SOP is kind of more of a static, template. But we need some aspirational verbiage somewhere to encourage digital voting and get us to a KPI for us as a global body. Yes.
Thank you, Abbas Bhai. Back over to you, Fayaz Bhai. I think we're kind of...
the last comment was, let's remove casted to cast. As for digital voting, we have a resolution ready. We want to walk before we run, meaning let's pass the resolution that this federation is going digital, and then therefore it is established that all efforts are towards digital. And we have that resolution ready for today as well. So if we are ready, we continue where we left off for now, and we'll make some changes when we get to 3.12.7. Can we move the screen now? Remove casted in the 3.12.7. We need the 3. Yeah, thank you. Any comments here? We can move on.
I think we should move on. And I would even point out that given that the next set of clauses, nothing have actually been changed on 3.13.1 to 3.14.4, I believe we should go through those very fast.
Thank you. So we'll do 4 of these right now. Thank you. Let's move on. Okay, just go back up. Okay. So this is basically after we left Dar es Salaam. There were comments and feedbacks that we aligned to in our discussions, and brought basically a 27-page write-up to 2 pages. So with formatting, it's basically 2 pages. Having had a resolution today, would this fall under regions or WF? It looks like all of this can fall under regions. They will take this responsibility. They will have these standardized, right, as well as operated themselves. So the first one says basically a candidate declaration, which just basically is an admin aspect of it. So we can skip here. Let's move to 314.2 now.
Azba, I think Arif Ali Bhai just wants to come in here.
Okay.
I actually think this onus is very difficult to put on a region by itself. Because if I read it, if I actually read this one, this actually speaks about office bearers and trustees in regional federations and jamaats as well as World Federation on 3-tier level, and about conflict of interest, and it speaks about specifically that one basically can't endorse a candidate representing his or her own if one is at a position of leading a whole institution. That's what this says. So I don't think this can be outsourced on a region. It's more than a spirit, but it's something which has to be across the board. This is what I see. And yeah, so I don't think this can be just outsourced. That's when I read this.
Okay. So let's go back to 314.1, label it as RF, come down to 314.2 and label it WF. And while we are doing that, why don't we look at 314.3? Thanks for the feedback.
Thank you. And I'm just going to bring in Abbas Bhai Bandali.
Yeah, so from the NASIMCO perspective, we had quite a lot of deliberation about many of these clauses. And I think the challenge we're running into is, if we start, so this was a starting point, right? This was a recommendation. And we were having a hard time, agreeing to all of these. And so we started making changes. And then this is where actually we ran into the rabbit hole of, if we start making very prescriptive requirements at this level in the WF SOP, policing it at the WF level just becomes a problem. So there are many clauses here that we were outside of arbitration. So 314.7, I believe, is 314.7, which is complaints and arbitration, which is where we felt as NASIMCO that there needs to be a lot of policing left or wiggle room left at the WF level. But we were of the opinion that many of these clauses can be interpreted at the or delegated to the regional level. And the reason for that is, and Arif Ali Bhai, I agree with you, but let's take an example. If we can just scroll up a little bit, and I can cite you 2 examples here. So if we go to 314.5, I just scroll down a little bit, just as an example, I'll give one, right? Okay, so 314.5, it talks about if any such person has a close family relationship with the candidate. A close family at lesu hai, like, close family, for example, right, is very loose. So we started thinking, okay, should we lock this down? But then we thought, no, a region might prefer to leave it loose, right? So that's one example. Second example is if we go to 314.6, right, there's a clause in here about campaign material, and so we said, okay, campaign material is very vague. Should we start enumerating all the different kinds of campaign material? So the more we started going through some of these clauses, the more things we were adding, and the more complicated it was getting to enforce it at the WF level. So our suggestion was, so for example, let's say co-edge has all these clauses at the region level, and then the SIMCO has some of these clauses at the region level. We can accommodate both like that. Enforcing it and policing it at the WF level might just put a lot of burden on the election commissioner.
I actually see your point, Abbas Bhai. So, for example, on 3.14.5, the second sentence, if any such person has close family, I would just suggest we strike it completely. That is too draconian. Because we are talking about Khojas and we are related, yeah? Even if you are staff or non-staff, you will be somehow related. And I believe that is too much. I think paid personnel, I think that's a fair point, that nobody can be paid and take a certain direction and back someone. But I think the second sentence should be struck off completely. So I agree on that. I think 3.14.1, the candidate declaration, no problem. I'm in either way. I think it's okay. But on the supporting campaign, I think that there is the part about trustees and office bearers. I think that has got big merit. If I give you an example, currently today we can have elected councillors, we can have appointed councillors, but they can at the same time be office bearers. They can have in Jamaats. I think that's a conflicted situation, proper conflicted situation. And I think that should at least be declared somehow, because it cannot be that a person of high position goes out and canvasses using Jamaat or regional federation means and say, I'm voting for this candidate. Bismillah. I would expect the whole Jamaat and community to do so as well. I don't think that is in the spirit. It may be in certain geographies around the world, but I do not think that is right for our organization.
If I may make a comment on that, Zuhair, if you'll allow me. So if you can just scroll up to the text. 3.14.2, I think Arif Ali Bhai was talking about, right? 3.14.2. It's very interesting how it's worded, because the wording, is it 3.14? I think we're talking about 3.14.2, right?
Correct, that's correct.
Yeah, 3.14.2. Jara upar jaya aapne. Okay, right. So here, okay. So, for example, it says any trustee or office bearer or whatever who wishes to support the candidate's campaign shall declare a conflict of interest. Okay, so candidate is running, and I wish to support the candidate, and I'm an office bearer. I have to declare my conflict of interest. And WF Electoral Commission is going to police that? Right? I think that while the desire here is to declare conflict of interest, but the burden is being put on the WF Electoral Commissioner to go make sure that the conflict of interest at the regional level has been declared. So while this is a good thing, we all agree, but putting the burden on the WF Electoral Commissioner to police it and make sure that it happens is the challenge, right? So we could all have this clause in our regional SOPs, right? And then that puts the burden on us to make sure that how we define, for example, wishes to support a candidate's campaign. Even that's a little vague, right? Wishes to support versus does support, things like that. So I think the reason why we were leaning towards taking some of this terminology out and putting it in the regional SOP was to allow more concrete fossilization at the regional discretion.
Thank you, Abbas Bhai. We've got Abul Hassan Bhai waiting to come in.
Thank you. The points have partly been addressed. There was also to the same wish overcome.
Abul Hassan Bhai, we're struggling to hear you. It's a bit of a bad line, I think.
Okay, is it better now?
A little bit. I'm not sure if it's the
Hello.
signal or the Wi-Fi. Can you hear us okay?
I think it's more about the home. So yes, so
We're still unable to hear you, Abul Bhai. So sorry.
Yeah. So about wishes to. Okay, some other time.
Yes,
Please, you
no,
continue.
no.
You continue. I'll chat. I'll
This
put it on
works. We
chat.
can hear you. We can hear you now, Abul Bhai.
Okay, so I was referring to the same point that was made by Abbas Bhai, but wishes to support was rather vague. But if we need to put it into something measurable, it could be who wishes to be part of your official campaign team, to make it more specific and not to leave it loose. Secondly, as seniors in the community service, the OBs would obviously encounter people who ask them for their advice on various candidates. So this is part of their social instinct, and it will be difficult to monitor that. So why have a clause which cannot be followed? That was my observation. And I was a bit offline for 10 minutes as I drove, so please guide me if 3.13.1, which mentions that in accordance with clause so and so of the Constitution, the Executive Council of the Federation shall appoint 2 executive councillors. So should we have a prefix of 2 elected executive councillors? Since we have 2 categories at the moment. I'm through.
Thank you, Abul Bhai. We have then Arif Ali Bhai Hirji. We then have Dr. Hashim waiting, and then Habib Bhai Megji. Arif Ali Bhai, Bismillah.
Okay. I am actually a bit allergic to this point about that anyone who has a leadership position should openly canvass for a candidate in an election. I actually, even by declaration, I think it's an issue. I don't have any problem whatsoever for someone privately sharing their views, but I don't think that using platforms, microphones, halls, podcasts, social media, the Jamaat or the regional federation channels, that is, official channels, to go out and canvass, I think that is highly problematic. And that's where I mean. For me, I'm very open to this whole paragraph to be rewritten regarding declaring conflict of interest to actually being a bit harder, saying that one cannot. And that's it. And then if somebody breaks it, then they have to go to complain that to the arbitrator. I think that's the way to go. I think it's otherwise the wrong spirit to go down. And that's how I feel about this one. How it's written now, it's about going like a middle pathway that you can declare, and then if you've declared, you can actually campaign for the person. And that I think is much more difficult to police. Thank you.
Thank you, Arif Bhai. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Dr. Hashim, after which we have Habib Bhai Megji, followed by Suhail Bhai, Orani in India. After that, Fayaz Bhai, I'll pass back to you for some direction.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum. This one is going to be a very difficult one. I cannot understand how a office bearer or a trustee will declare a conflict of interest. Conflict of interest in what? Conflicts of interest normally is when there is a direct benefit to yourself, you have to declare that. that, by doing this, I'm going to get benefit from this. But I cannot understand why in supporting a candidate brings in this conflict of interest. I think it's not the, maybe it's not been drafted well, or it's not been thought well. Even if an office bearer did declare a conflict of interest, how is it going to be policed? Policing will be impossible. I mean, we're just putting it in here for some reason. And I think if we can get a bit more explanation by whoever has proposed this of what are they trying to avoid, so maybe we can find a different language of ensuring that. Because I'm not able to understand that, and maybe I need a bit more information or a bit more explanation on that from whoever has either proposed it or whoever from the meeting here understands this declaration of conflict of interest from trustees and office bearers for anyone who is standing up for election.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Got Habib by next.
Yeah, no, thank you. So most of the sentiments have been already raised with the respected councillors already. So I'll be brief. So if you look at 150 Jamaats plus their executive committee members or management committee members or board of directors, right? And then you come to the regions with their office bearers and their councillors, and then you come to WF. So it's going to be very difficult for them not to, support a candidate of their choice, right? So it's going to be very difficult. And even when we look at our regional elections, those happens at grassroots or even at the conferences, or even, for example, having the local Jamaat elections. There's always going to be bound where people will reach out to the people who are familiar with the Jamaat or regional federation issues, etc., and be part of the conversation. And how are we going to police whether that person's opinion is counted as voting or pushing a candidate's of their choice? So again, I think in a normal due fair elections, yes, we may have some guidelines. You declare a conflict of interest, of course, not use in this example WF, podium, etc. You may say, okay, this person doesn't have to be on the podium or a podcast or a campaign material. But behind the scenes, I think there should be some flexibility for all the leaders, starting from the Jamaats to the regional federations, their respective trustees or councillors, and everybody else to make sure the support of whichever candidate they support should be there. I think that's a fair and objective election, rather than trying to take away so many of our volunteers of the Jamaats and regions and WF out of the election process completely. So I think we should really need to rethink this paragraph, and maybe, as many of our leaders have said, maybe we need to reword that appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you, Habib. So I'm going to go to Sahel by Murani. I'm then going to go to Arif Ali by Hirji before we go back to Fiyaz by just for direction. So Helby, we are unable to hear you. Okay, so Helby, I'm just gonna, if it's okay, I'm gonna move on to Arif Ali Bhai just for a moment. And if you manage to fix the microphone, then you're able to come in after.
Okay. So I think we should go with pragmatism. Ahmad Uncle as well as Habib Bhai, I think that this part should be rewritten completely. I think the spirit of this is that no leader should use official channels. That means Jamaat channels or regional federation channels or World Federation channels to canvass or campaign for someone en masse. And I think we can reword it. We cannot police people on which direction they support or who they like as a candidate. But what we can write is the following. So this declaration of conflict of interest, we should scrap that, number one. Number two, we should only keep it to that these people of these positions cannot use the institutional means, channels to campaign. That means the social media channels, that means the mic of the Jamaat and so forth institutionally to do so. I hope that makes sense, because then at least that is that you are not using institutional resources and monies which is not supposed to be there to favor one candidate or the other. Hope that makes sense. I think we can rewrite this, and if you want, we can work on different wording for this text here and come up with a proposal in the next few minutes. Fayaz Bhai, up to you, and if you feel the sentiments. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead. Why don't you start that process? Basically, slash out the two parts you have mentioned, and Tech will be able to catch up with you. I think Tech is lagging here, so please be cognizant of that. We are listening, we are transcribing this, and Tech will catch up with it, because sentences have been spoken, but we are not in the same clause. So just bear with us here. Thank you. You can continue with your SSS.
Thank you, Fayaz Bhai and Arif Ali Bhai. So I'm going to go back to Sahel Bhai if I can, just for a moment. Sahel Bhai, did you want to come in? We couldn't hear you earlier. Have you managed to fix your microphone?
Zuhair Bhai, no, actually, he's still facing the same issues. So
Okay.
basically, Zuhair Bhai wanted to say that, this is really on a practical ground not possible, and this should be really redrafted. And, this para should be completely redrafted, and, somehow everyone is connected with, the candidate, and it's really not possible that, conflict of interest part. So Suhail, I wanted to request that, this should be redrafted, or better to eliminate this point itself.
Son, thank you, Raza Bhai. So I think following on from Arif Ali Bhai's comments and Fayaz Bhai, that I believe is where they're headed to right now anyway, inshallah. So that's good. I'm going to come to Dr. Hashim, followed by Shahid Bhai Murji, followed by Shabir Bhai Merali.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I've read this paragraph again, and I don't know if I'm misreading it, but it looks like the first part, one or two sentences, and then the last sentence is actually diagonally opposite to that. So what we start off with saying, any trustee or office bearer of the World Federation, Regional Federation, or constituent member Jamaat who wishes to support your campaign in a personal capacity should declare a conflict of interest within 7 days. Okay. Once they have made this declaration, they step back from all election-related institution decisions and cannot use their official title or position in campaign activities. Fair enough. But then it says, you should not seek or accept support from any official who has not made this declaration. Which means if I made that declaration, then I'm open to support. It's almost opposite of what I'm saying to start with. Unless I'm misreading it, unless I'm not understanding it, but the last sentence virtually tells me that you should not seek support, etc. So any official who is given a conflict or declared a conflict of interest, I as a candidate can ask for that support. It doesn't make any sense. So I'm glad Arif Bhai has agreed, and others have also agreed, that that if we want to maintain that, we need to specify. There are good reasons there. Yes, I have gone through the elections, and at times I've felt that some misuse has been done, but I think it has to be very clear. It is in terms of using any of the World Federation properties or background or things like that, I can understand. But this is just going too far. So I'm glad we are agreeing to rewrite this paragraph. And if possible, I think we should completely just disregard it, and because it's not even possible to police it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. I'm going to go to Shahid by Muji, followed by Shabir by Mirali.
થેન્ક યુ સો મચ પ્રમુખ સાહેબ હું તો બિલકુલ કન્ફ્યુઝ થઈ ગયો છું કે આ એસઓપી બધા રિજનલ ફેડરેશનના જુદા જુદા હશે. બેસ્ટ ઓફ લક ટુ ધ ઇલેક્ટ્રો કમિશનર. ઇન્શાલ્લાહ દુઆ કરે બધું બરાબર જાય. મારા બે પોઈન્ટ હતા પ્રમુખ સાહેબ. અહીંયા હવે મને સમજમાં નથી આવતું કે હાઉ વિલ અ જમાત કે રિજનલ ફેડરેશન કંટ્રોલ કેવી કામ કરશે. તમે કયો છો અહીંયા ક્લોઝ નંબર 3.1.4.6 માં કે પબ્લિશિંગ ઓર શેરિંગ થર્ડ પાર્ટી. હવે ત્રીજો માણસ અગર કઈ શેર કર્યો તો એમાં જમાત અને રિજનલ ફેડરેશન શું કરી શકશે. પ્રમુખ સાહેબ અહીંયા આફ્રિકામાં હજી પ્રેસિડેન્ટ સ્પીચ નથી આવી પણ એનાથી પહેલા બધું સોશિયલ મીડિયામાં આવી જાય છે. તો આ આપણે કંટ્રોલ કેવી કામ કરશું આ ચીજોને. સો આઈ ડુ એગ્રી વિથ ડોક્ટર અહમદ હાસમ. તમને ખબર છે આ ચીજો આપણને બહુ ગમે છે કે આપણે લાખીએ કોન્ફ્લિક્ટ ઓફ ઇન્ટરેસ્ટ એ બધું બટ ઇટ્સ નોટ પ્રેક્ટિકલ. We cannot police it. It is very hard. We are opening ways now કે જ્યાં આપણે લીગલ કેસીસ પોતે વેલકમ કરે છે કે હવે આવો તમે કમ્પ્લેન્સ લઈ આવો. સો આઈ થિંક લેટ અસ જસ્ટ થિંક once more on these issues. આ નેક્સ્ટ ઇમ્પોસિબલ છે કે આ બધું કોઈ રિજનલ ફેડરેશન કે કોઈ જમાત પોલીસ કરી શકે. આ જે જમાતમાંથી અગર મેમ્બર ઉભો રહ્યો ડબલ્યુએફ નો હવે ઓલા જમાતના માણસો એના મેમ્બરને નહીં સપોર્ટ કરે તો કોને કરશે. So I think જે ડોક્ટર અહમદ હાસમ કીધા અને આરિફભાઈ જે હમણાં કીધા કે ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનલ જે ચેનલ્સ હોય that should not be used જે આપણા બધા એસઓપી માં છે. અને આ બીજી બધી ચીજો મને લાગે છે આપણે કોમ્પ્લિકેટ કરે છે.
Thank you, Shahid Bhai. So I'm going to go to Shabir Bhai Mirali, followed by Abbas Bhai Bandali. From there, I'm going to defer back to the chair, Safta Bhai, who wants to come in the interest of time so we can get some direction of where we're up to. So if I go to Shabir Bhai, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Okay. So Ahmad Uncle Hassam already mentioned the other points. Even I was confused about that. But when we are redrafting this, can we also have a look at where it says 7 days of the electoral process beginning? I mean, there are so many interpretations on that. It's very vague. What is the electoral process beginning? Is it when the nominations are opened? Is it when the announcement is made? Is it when the election timetable has been issued? So if you could also clarify that as well. Sorry, I can't hear you. Did you get that, Zuhair Bhai?
Yeah, I heard you wanted some clarity on the beginning of the electoral process.
It sounds
which is very vague.
Okay. It sounds very vague.
I understand
what is
the question.
Electoral process beginning from what?
Okay, so we have, so just in case, I think those people that couldn't hear, Shabir Bhai, do correct me if I get it wrong, but what I heard from that is that the point around conflict of interest needing to be declared within 7 days of the electoral process beginning, this electoral process beginning is very vague. We need to stipulate what the beginning of the electoral process looks like, when that is, what it is. For example, is it when nominations come in or is it something different? Is that the point, Shabir Bhai? That's what you were trying to, yeah?
Yes,
okay.
Is it when the nominations are open? Is it when the announcement has been made, when the EC Electoral Commission announces it? The election time, today I can decide to support somebody, but I've missed the 7-day deadline. So, I mean, there's so many, if you could just tighten that up.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Shabir Bhai. Okay, Abbas Bhai Bandali, you were waiting.
Asant, again, full circle. Bayo, this is exactly the challenge we ran into. We printed this document out, and then when we came to this section, I literally called Australia, I called Pakistan to see if we can get some alignment on some of these clauses. And a kichuro, kachumba, spaghetti badu thegu. We kept going round in circles. And that's when the impetus came that if there are certain things that certain regions want to enforce, they should be given the freedom to do that. But at the WF level, it's getting way too complicated, and it is going, in fact, against the gist of where we wanted to go, which is to minimize lawsuits and minimize areas of contention, right? So the permutations and combinations of this section from 13.14.2 to 3.14.2 to to 314.6. Here, evidence is the most number of scratches that I made and additions that I made. And that's when I realized, and we as Nasimco realized, that it is better if we just take it out, because we will sit there forever and a day and we will not be able to come to consensus because there are so many loopholes. So the request is, if there is agreement, to leave 13.14.1 because it's about candidate fitness and declaration, and then add a little bit more meat to 314.7. It's very problematic to get consensus. Asad.
Son, thank you, Abbas Bhai. Before I go back to the chair, I've just got Imran Bhai Jan Mohammed waiting. After this, we will go back to the chair. Bhai, Imran Bhai, Bismillah.
Thank you very much. I just have put in the draft in there that we just discussed earlier. It clarifies and removes some of the ambiguity that was being talked about, 7 days and stuff, but it gives the platform of the gist of what we want to achieve in terms of not using official communication channels in light of that. I think that will give us more consistency and clarity, and it gives the remit to the World Federation to allow that, but at the same time also the regional federations to have that insight to look at it. It's not about enforcement in this case, it's about just alignment in there. So I think that clarifies and removes some of these questions that we had in the earlier stages, and it's clear and concise.
Thank you so much, Imran Bhai. Okay, I'm gonna now pass off to the chair. Inshallah, Safdamai is gonna come in.
Thank you very much, Bayo. India માં 11 વાગી ગયા છે, પાકિસ્તાનમાં 10:30 વાગ્યા છે, ઓસ્ટ્રેલિયામાં તો નમાઝ શબ અને હવે ફજરનો ટાઈમ થઈ ગયું છે, અને નસીમમાં હવે બધા જાગ્યા છે, અને બેટરી પણ ડાઉન થઈ છે બધાની, and I can see that the sentiments is that people are a little exhausted. અને એક અને બીજું કે the Secretary General had made it very clear, and we had taken promise from India and Pakistan that we will try and close this, inshallah. In 2 hours, we have around 25 minutes left. It is only fair that we draw a line here, but I have a suggestion in terms of way forward. I want to go back to the spirit of the way we started. After we have good progress, I would like to thank all of you for your tremendous contribution to where we have got. And Fayaz Bhai, I know you got quite nervous in between, but I really thank you for being patient with all of us and to get to where we are. And I know you want a resolution through, and I have a few suggestions that I will present both to you as Electoral Commissioner as well as to the House to see if you are happy for us to move forward. First of all, I would like to express myself on this issue that I've been holding for 5 years now. I was a candidate. And what I have been through is an experience that I will share one day in my memoirs when I have left office. I stood as an aspiring candidate at a relatively young age to serve this community with all kulus. I served as a councillor prior to this, and I'm talking of the spirit of all these yellow elements that are there, so you can consider it as councillors. Ultimately, it is your decision, and we will facilitate whatever this house will go for. I was a candidate, very motivated to go forward, and I got trapped in so many challenges, starting with my membership, although the Electoral Commissioner Marhum clearly told me that you can become a member of Milton Keynes Jamaat even a day before, and he was right. He was proved right after his death. But the issues I have as a councillor, I was interviewed 3-4 years ago. The WF logo was there. Some friend of mine posted somewhere, koi puchu safdar che kon ene orakta nathi Pakistan India ma tamaro koi dost rube ma moklayo video a safdar che enu logo hatu a 4 વર્ષ before the election ru hatu tarat taj ilzam aiwu ke safdar is using World Federation logo. How would I do? I reached Madagascar. I had letters of complaint that came કે તમે આ વાપરો છો ને આ કરો છો. હું કાંઈ કર્યું નથી. મારા દોસ્તો દુનિયામાં ઘણા છે, પોતે એ લોકો જૂનું કાઢીને મોકલ્યા બાદ એમાં મારું શું કશું? નવો નવો હતો હું. Not only that, હું જ્યારે પાકિસ્તાન ગયો, and Abulbai will vouch for it, અબુલભાઈની જે અદાલત છે, he deals with justice that I know as a leader. I said, I want a session in Bojani Hall and I want to meet the committee. The Friday was my slot and Dr. Jiva had his slot on Thursday. It just happened the way it was planned, and there was no bias. I would not support any candidate. અને લેટર ગયો ઇલેક્ટરલ કમિશનરને કે સફતને પ્રેફરન્સ દેવામાં આવ્યું, જવા સફતને પ્રેફરન્સ આપી, ફ્રાઇડેનો દિવસ આપ્યો અને થર્સડેનો દિવસ નથી દીધું. Equitable fairness, maybe the candidate probably felt that I got preference. દલીલ ક્યાં છે? કોણ એનું જસ્ટિસ કરશે? I turned out to be in Karachi close to the election. એમાં બીજા એટલા બધા હું તમને વાક્ય કહી શકું છું કે હકીકતમાં મને દિલ દુખે છે કે we had to go to the court, sit on the chair for 8 hours, testifying every element of what is now being discussed in some of these SOPs. Again, it is a question of spirit, taqwa, and importantly, the essence. Issue suche. Conflict of interest ni વાત આવી. If I, as the president of World Federation, what is my religious duty? If I see one individual who is privately fasik, દીનદારી ન હોય, institutional values ન હોય, પરંતુ he qualifies according to the SOP. અને એક મુતદય્યન મોમિન માનસ with lot of efficiency standing, હું અલ્લાહને શું જવાબ દઉં? કોન્ફ્લિક્ટ ઓફ ઇન્ટરેસ્ટ છે, મારી કોમે પાસ કર્યું છે, મારા માટે અમ્ર બિલ મારૂફ વાજિબ છે કે કોન્ફ્લિક્ટ ઓફ ઇન્ટરેસ્ટ વાજિબ છે? That is the dilemma we all will face as leaders of the community. We deal with Jabats, we deal with our people. They come and ask you કે તમને શું લાગે છે? તમારો તજરબો છે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના 20 વર્ષનું, તમે આગાના રિપ્રેઝેન્ટેટિવ છો, તમને શું લાગે છે કે આ નેક્સ્ટ કેન્ડિડેટ આગાનો લાયક છે કે ઇજાઝત મળે? તો હું શાંત બેસું ના, હું કોન્ફ્લિક્ટેડ છું. એ કોઈ પ્રેક્ટિકલ કામ નથી, બલકે મારા મુજબ એ દીનના પણ સવાલો પેદા થાય છે કે શરઈ તौर પર એ વેલિડ છે કે નથી. But I understand there is conflict, there is governance, there is accountability, there is avoiding facade in the community. But every leader of every community has a moral obligation to tell its grassroots when they are asked, who knows people generally who stand for election? Many people did not know me. So they would seek reference, and they would seek reference from Jamaat. It is the first point of call. So, but all I'm trying to get at is that I'm not here to decide. You will decide the way forward. Maru આ દિલની વાત મને કરું હતું તમને, so you know where we are heading to. And that is why if regional federations are empowered right now, that if they feel that their particular regions have certain issues and nuances, Bismillah with the SOB put it, but don't put the World Federation into that, because the last thing I want is to be sitting, another candidate be sitting in that chair in the High Court, 8 hours being grilled, and to be able to answer all these questions, knowing that I stood with good intent. Who is going to stand that election, knowing that all these things are going to happen? Let us work as a community to find the essence, and I think the spirit of the House so far has been they were moving in that direction. And the regions also will have the extra caveat over and above what the SOP does not have. If they genuinely feel that Maro region ma am chale che, Maro region ma am che, Maro region will not fit into, then so long as it does not contravene with the constitution. So I believe, and for Yasba, I believe we have made good progress. I know you feel that it has been challenging. We have made good progress. We could have made more, but the time is of essence. Here is my suggestion. Number one is that Fayaz Bhai is craving to get his resolution on digital voting. Let us help him with his consensus in the House that we should move digitalization. It may not be the full way, the spirit is there. Let's get the resolution passed. I will give Fayaz Bhai the honors to say what else he wants. He clearly told us that he wants to make sure that if the regions can get back to him in 6 weeks with their simplified SOP, expanded SOP, all these yellow bits that you feel may be more relevant to your region, whatever the regions want to do. તમે તમારું SOP બનાવીને within 6 weeks, if you can give it to the electoral commissioner, he will check whether it is in line with the constitution, goes beyond the constitution, how much does it deviate from the constitution, કેટલું નજદીક છે constitution, then he will come back and engage with each region separately. Thirdly, then, we don't call any more ExCo. I think we have had enough of ExCos, and we are not too far. We have got 3-4 pages left, but because we had promised India and Pakistan we are going to close at 10 p.m. 7 p.m. UK, we are trying to find a pathway forward. The pathway forward, my humble suggestion is that we get the resolution passed for digital, where is, I think, unanimity. we get all the regions to confirm with the Electoral Commission. I will hand it to him shortly to agree to a timeline. If 6 weeks is not adequate, you need 7, 8 weeks. Talk to him, see how he reacts. He has told us that he really is keen to get it because we cannot delay any further. And then we have to call the extraordinary conference. The onus is on the regions to decide. If you can get consensus within yourselves, at least the appointed executive councillors who have an equal fiduciary responsibility, the elected executive councillors have an equal fiduciary responsibility. Get your views together over the next weeks before we mutually decide on the extraordinary conference. The Secretary General will be reaching out to the regions to get requisition so that we can set a date for the extraordinary conference. So that by the time we get to the conference will have more than 120 people are at least broadly aligned. We have a principle we have agreed today through a resolution, although it was a simple resolution, a simple majority. We will have the regions who will work on the SOPs that Fayaz Bhai will have already got. He will make sure that the relativities between regions and SOPs confirm. The remaining parts of 4 pages we have not discussed can also be socialized. And if we can then converge and go to the conference, that needs a simple majority. Conference, we need 51% to pass the SOP. We have got to pass the SOP. Without that, it will be a major challenge on the community. And any responsibility I will not take. That is why I'm passing it back to the Executive Council. We will be quite firm in the conference to allow enough time to people to talk, but ultimately we will have to go to vote if there is no consensus. But I believe that the spirit with which I have seen today people, all the regions coming together, getting commonality, removing stuff, bringing it, I think in itself is a positive environment. And with that, Fayaz Bhai, I will hand it over to you. If you agree with my proposals, then please do make it clear so that we can find a way forward and close this meeting in a positivity and with a clear path of completion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So can we agree on June 13th? It will be the weekend before Mahe Muharram, and we can work diligently with the regions. You give us the names, you work on it, and we'll liaise with the regions. I'm looking at June 13th. Sleepover date is June 14th, right? The bar nataka thase June 13th na. I will give you 1 day lenient to complete that, as the chairman has alluded to. And we can move on to the resolution for digital. I think tech has that. Thank you. So we'll need a proposal and a seconder, and we can open for, I would say, discussion or parameters in which, or friendly amendments.
Thank you, Fayaz Bhai. I'm going to go to Arif Ali Bhai, wants to come in.
Pramukh Sahab, Fayaz Bhai, I've got a proposal which I think would be a very positive step. We have reached up to almost the end of section 3. Why don't you do like this? I've got a 3-point suggestion. Point 1, up to where we have reached, we have actually covered quite a lot. You should ask just the House, are they willing to pass up to that point, which is a partial pass? I'm confident we will. That means suddenly we don't need to open up that again at all. We then will have section 4, 5, 6 and 7, fair? Which is remaining. That, I think we have a way of actually passing that in the next ExCo in September, if you don't want to keep it earlier. I don't see those as contentious at all, except for the last one, which is arbitration. That one, please just keep it for the extraordinary conference. Keep it only that, because that is chunky. Okay, that is a 3-point point. First, up to where we passed, let's pass it. I think we're going to pass it with consensus, not even needing what you call casting a ballot of 2/3, for example. Second one, which is remaining, keep it in the ExCo. I'm sure they are not very contentious. It will be passed quite fast. And the last one, which is arbitration, put that in the extraordinary conference. That's what I would suggest, and it would be a big accomplishment that we would then covered off around 70% of the SOP today.
Thank you very much, Arif Bhai, for your suggestion. I want the sentiments of the other regional leadership. If you can please tell us what option we prefer. There are two options. We go through another ExCo to pass 4, 5, and 6, or we go straight to the extraordinary conference and get it passed over there without much discussion. And the first 3 sections that whether we want to pass it now. So I'll be open to comments from other regional presidents, if I may. So if I can support me, maybe it's just I'm looking at Abbas on the screen, so I'll start with him, and then we can go down the list of people.
Asant. Safdar, sorry, what is the question? 4, 5, 6, one more ExCo or conference? Is that the question?
Yes, that's broadly the question. One more ExCos to pass 4, 5, 6, or we go straight to the conference and pass 4, 5, 6, and at least we have an agreement. I agree with Arif Bhai. We have sentiments of the ours is 1, 2, 3 is almost done. Now, whether we need a formalized resolution or we go with the spirit and document it and minute it is another matter.
Yes. From the Simcoe's perspective, 4, 5, 6, we are okay to go straight to conference.
Hassan, thank you very much. Abbas Bhai. I'm going to go to Abul Bhai.
Could you please re-clarify the question? Is it that we continue with the 3 clauses now, and then what is remaining, we have an extraordinary conference for the arbitration clause, and what is left over, we go on to the ExCo? Is that so?
So I understand Arif Ali Bhai's proposal is that we've got the sentiments of the House and consensus at 1, 2, 3. We're pretty much there. We go to another ExCo, inshallah, in September, where we would go to ExCo again for 4, 5, 6, after which the chunky bit of the arbitration would be then discussed at conference, or alternatively, we just go straight to an extraordinary conference to pass this. So that's what the options are, and we just wanted to get the sentiments of the regional leadership.
The chunky bit at the ExCo in September, or in the extraordinary?
Extraordinary.
Yeah, that would make more sense. The chunky bit in the extraordinary and the spillover in the ExCo.
Okay.
Thank you.
Abul Bhai. I'm conscious that I am not sure who has still remained on the call. Can I check? Are Australia still with us? Raza Bhai, Ojani, are you with us still?
I believe they're not, so they've gone to sleep.
Okay, understandable. And if I could go to Raza Bhai in India, I can go to Sahel Bhai actually, but just in case there is a tech issue there with the audio, Raza Bhai, are you able to advise?
Yes, so 4, 5, 6 extraordinary conference. Can you hear
4,
me?
5, 6 yes, so 4, 5, 6 are extraordinary, not at the ExCo.
Yeah.
Okay. And if I could then, so we've done India, we've done Pakistan, we've obviously done Co-Edge, we've done the Simcoe. And I just need to hear from Africa Federation. I know Amin Bhai was not here earlier. Ali Hassan Bhai, are you able to come in? Okay, so it seems we may not be able to hear from Australia and Africa. So at this point, I'll defer back to Safdar Bhai.
I mean, we have time to make the decision. We don't need to make the decision now whether we want another ExCo to cover 4 to 6 or we have ExCo conference. My suggestion is that the Secretariat will liaise with each of the secretariats with potential dates and see whether we go straight to the ExCo conference and get 4, 5, 6 done, or we need to bring it in India. I think it all depends a lot on the timings and capabilities and the resourcing that is required at the World Federation. As far as Fayaz Bhai is concerned, I think you want a resolution passed today on digital. Am I right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Arif Bhai's second suggestion that we pass 1, 2, 3 right now. My understanding is that we have pretty much consensus in that, and we would really pass it in bits or full. I'll leave it to Fayaz Bhai. It's your call for that, and also the digital thing is your call, so the secretary can start preparing what they need to do to put the resolution on the table so that we can close at least with some achievements, inshallah, today.
Thank you. Being very cognizant of time, we're missing 2 regions. We're missing a third of our representation if we go for a yay on the 3 clauses. I think it's fair. We have operated, EPRA commissioners are always fair. We have to make sure no region gets an unfair advantage. And in this case, these 4 regions will get an unfair advantage. So my personal opinion is that we should hold off to that, so that when the 6 regions do say yeah on the clauses 1 through 3, 1, 2, and 3, and maybe 4, etc., nobody can say at the end of the day that there was no unfair advantage. So that's my 2 cents on that. Thank you.
Fair point. And on the digital resolution, you have the same spirit? We go in the next...
Yes, I think so, because they are part of us, and we are one. We are one. We are all the way one. So we are all one. I think it's better we end the day. I think we make slippery mistakes at the end of the day. And I think the candle has run out of its wick, I think, in cognizance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, I think it's a fair point. We are close to our finishing time anyway, and many people have left. I can see in the room we have quite a lot who have gone. There's still obviously a number that are around. We really appreciate that. So based on the recommendation of the Electoral Commission, my suggestion is that the entire SOP is approved at the next ExCo or conference. The socializing will happen between the Secretariat and each region. Africa could not comment today. Australia is asleep or not available. So it's only fair that hereby will coordinate with each secretariat, discuss whether we need to organize another extraordinary ExCo and then extraordinary conference, or we go straight into extraordinary conference. A lot depends on the spirit and the time. World Federation resources are limited. We have a lot happening and we want to deliver a lot of work that we have promised the community in the last 12 months in office. So try and see, my humble suggestion to regions to support us to see if we can make it as minimalistic as possible. But at the end of the day, it's your call. So I will leave that for Zuhair Bhai to coordinate with that. But I just want to end now with a positive note. If there's no other matter that anybody has, because we promised 10 o'clock, then I'll handle Zuhair Bhai to close the meeting.
Arif Ali Bhai wants to come.
Okay, so there is somebody who wants to come in. Arif Ali Bhai, Bismillah.
Yeah, Safdar Bhai, I just wanted to give you some support of what you just said. I think it's a most best point ever. What we've learned today is that when we are far apart, it's difficult to fully come to consensus. And we have a great opportunity in the the ExCo, which is coming, and in India. And I believe very much that the progress which has been made today up to almost the end of point 3, it should actually be written out. We've reached progress up to here. And that's the feeling of the House, at least up to that point. And then I think that we should actually try to get things out of the way. My feeling is that the arbitration part will be a bit difficult, but maybe we can try. But I think it would be very good that before entering into month of October and the 4th quarter of the year, that this has been out of the way, this SOP. So that's my strong. I like the point about that the Secretary General speak to each other and see, but I wanted you to hear from COEG that we would be very supportive if you want to go for that pathway and the flexibility. Instead of putting everything on an extraordinary conference, and then what happens in case we don't pass it there? That would be not a good thing. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Your point is noted, and we will get the secretariats to coordinate with each other and reach consensus, and then we will accordingly we'll have to do requisition for the conference, or the secretariat can call the executive council meeting accordingly. So I'll leave that to the secretariat, considering at least 3 of the regions are not present here. So point fully noted. Really, with that, I want to close the session really by, first of all, thank you, Fayaz. Fayaz, it's been a tough journey for you. I know that it's not easy. It is the toughest job. Particularly, it's not an easy job. It's probably one of the biggest challenges that the institution faces, to find an electoral commissioner who can do this job. So I think Fayaz, first of all, deserves the salawat ala Muhammad wa al from all of us together. I would say keep your spirits high, talk to the regions. I think we are getting there. You saw that the House is with you. They all want to find a solution. We all have different opinions, all for the best interest of the charity. So I'm sure that you'll be able to cross that bridge. And inshallah, very, very soon, in the next couple of months, which we collectively will pass a unanimous SOP, so I hope, inshallah, and ratified at the conference. Number 2 is, I would humbly suggest regions, please cooperate with Fayaz Bhai. Time is of essence. He has requested 6 weeks. I would like the secretary to minute that it is the request of the electoral commissioner that each region comes back within 6 weeks with its SOP recommendations and any other things that they have, so that he can start socializing with them, so that we can cover some amicable. At the same time, the secretariat will talk to the secretariats to decide on the next ExCo or conference. Thirdly, we started very difficult, but I think we have ended in a positive note, and I don't want people to feel that we have ended negatively. I think we have really ended in a positive note. We had a very good discussion. I think we have identified issues which have contention. They are not things that we have got consensus, and really, I would thank all of you from the bottom of my heart for being with us throughout the day. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala increase the fikr. I said this is a work of sawab, and all of you get the ajr, and your families in particular should be very thankful that you have dedicated your Saturday on this. Obviously, I will leave the vote of thanks to the Secretary General. He has been working very closely with the Secretariat, our team at Harefield, and I will leave those last words to him before closure. But Jazakallah to each and everybody who has really supported us in getting today's event organized in a very professional manner. And Jazakallah to all of you. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Zuhair, over to you.
Son, thank you, Saptar Bhai. Just before I close proceedings, Imran Bhai, Jama, do you want to come in?
Yes, I just want to ask a question for clarification of what Saptar Bhai just mentioned. But before I do that, I just want to thank the electoral commissioner for the hard work that goes behind all of this. And in the multiple meetings he's had, it's been amazing that he's actually been able to translate all of this action. So I would like to thank on behalf of COEG the hard work that has gone into echoing all the conversations that has taken place. I just wanted to get clarity on what Saptar Bhai said. Election SOP recommendations on SOP, what was that distinction that you made, just for clarity for what regions should give it to you in there? So just give that clarity on what the regions need to provide in 6 weeks' time is what I need from on behalf of COEG and other regions, I guess. Thank you.
Yeah. So what I was explaining, just a minute, yeah. Sorry, my apologies, but there was some echo on my... I get an echo. I don't know, maybe this is an issue. Imran Bhai, what I was trying to explain is that today we passed a resolution that the regions would be having their own processes over and above what the World Federation is doing at a minimalistic level based on the Constitution. The regions would have their supplementary SOPs in line with that resolution. So you would need to work with the electoral commissioner to see what SOPs are required from the regional to supplement what the World Federation would be doing. Naturally, that does mean consultation with the electoral commissioner. That does mean whether a certain template is required or not. Fayaz can provide guidance on that. And in terms of the discussions we have had today, in terms of what additional components or what extra add-ons or whatever is required from a regional level, from your perspective as COAGE, for example, would like to put on the table so that he is aware of the responsibilities of the region with respect to the election. That is the document I'm talking of where the 6 weeks is required.
Son, thank you very much. And I think if there's any further clarity, inshallah, I will be liaising with the secretariats and secretary generals of the various regions and also with the electoral commissioners. We'll be able to come to an agreement on what it is that's required. With that, obviously, we're gonna close proceedings, and before I do that, I want to take a moment to thank everybody, all the councillors through today. Obviously, hybrid meeting can be complex. There's people on site physically, there's people online all over the world in different time zones. People have been patient. And I think broadly, whilst it started, and there's been a lot to get through, we've actually made some real great progress. So I wanted to thank everyone for their time and patience through the day. In terms of the team here, obviously we've worked, or I have worked very closely with the Secretariat and the COO to get us to a point where we're able to get and the Electoral Commissioner, of course, Fayaz Bhai, who's put in all the hard work, speaking to all the regions, socializing this, understanding what the concerns were, so we were able to get to a level of consensus. But the Secretariat team have been second to none. I don't want to go through individual names because I don't want to miss anyone out either. But there's people that have worked through the night on many nights, and that's heartwarming. They don't have to do that. People don't have to work through the night and all the way through the day, but people do because of what they believe in and how much they care about the community and the institution, and that, I guess, is the reason we are all able to continue to do this work, and inshallah, may we all be granted the tawfiq to continue to do this work as we are on this journey together. With that, inshallah, I'm going to pass over to our Assistant Treasurer, Mohsin Bhai Musa, who is going to lead us with Dua Wahda, after which, inshallah, the meeting will be adjourned.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. لا إله إلا الله إلها واحدا ونحن له مسلمون لا إله إلا الله ولا نعبد إلا إياه مخلصين له الدين ولو كره المشركون لا إله إلا الله ربنا ورب آبائنا الأولين لا إله إلا الله وحده أنجز وعده ونصر عبده وأعز جنده وهزم الأحزاب وحده فله الملك وله الحمد يحيي ويميت ويحيي وهو حي لا يموت بيده الخير وهو على كل شيء قدير اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
Hassan, thank you very much. Meeting is adjourned, and thank you very much for your time. Inshallah, have a great day or evening, and we'll all speak soon. Khuda Hafiz.